of business to get through today/tomorrow. We'll see how we go. I don't want anyone to feel they're in any rush, so there's some time reserved tomorrow as well. But if we get through everything today, I don't think people will be unhappy with that. But the time that's available tomorrow, there are a couple of things that we do want to brief and get some positions from council on. So we'll see how we go with today. Firstly, have we any apologies? Everyone's here. No. Any conflicts of interest? Oh, sorry. Where is Tim?
Tim's sunning himself playing.
Well, we don't actually know officially where Tim is, but he's not here. Right, so that's I wasn't aware that Tim was away. So he might be teamsing in. All right, well, just while we don't speculate where a member is.
Tone has been set.
Yes, Timsing in. Very good, Jeff. All right, okay, after that excitement. Any conflicts of interest for reporting? Okay. All right, so the first item is the confirmation of the minutes of the hearings. Is there moved by Councillor Manning, seconded by Councillor Goldsworthy? I just should have checked, is there any corrections? So moved and seconded. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So Jeff, just today, as we work through the various reports and items, how would you propose you'd like us to, do we deal with the...
I think deal with the supplementary paper that was edited. It's a separate report that does covers the changes that have been made to the draft annual plan through staff submissions and public submissions. And there'll be an overview with that. It's a quick four slide overview, which puts the all those changes that have come through and all the recommendations to the council, puts the number where we're sitting in terms of rate movement. And that'll set the scene for the rest of the report as we move through the full agenda.
Thanks, Jeff. So the supplementary agenda, is that that's been sent to report to count on Diligent, is it?
Yeah.
We've got paper ones.
Yeah, I don't have I've got a paper. You've got a paper report there, is there?
Yeah.
I've got a paper copy of it. So. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, so Chris, are you and Paul doing the overview? And look, what we normally do where there's major items of change or you want to look into things to keep the flow going, we'll keep a note of those. We normally have a whiteboard, but I'm not worried if there's a whiteboard not here. I'm sure we can keep a note of those and get a whiteboard at morning tea time. And then we can keep a track of where those changes are sitting, or if there's any items that members would like revisited. So we're looking at it in the totality as opposed to just individually. Is that okay?
Would not touch behind you.
Possibly is, but
morning tea time will be fine.
Here we are. We'll bring the one in at morning tea time.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Chris, and perhaps the temperature in here. What's you have turned it down because some of us might expire shortly otherwise. All right. Thank you, Courtney. Chris and Paul.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide a quick overview of the summary of the changes that have occurred since the draft annual plan was issued for public consultation on the 17th of February. We'll focus on changes in the proposed rates increase, talking through changes, the summary of the changes in the staff submissions, funding requests, carryovers, and some cost savings. We'll just move into that. I've been warned about the clicker today, so there we go. So on this slide, I've got some headline messages, and that sort of was our starting position from the draft annual plan. The proposed rates increase in that original draft annual plan was 4.91%. Remember, this is the average growth adjusted increase, so it's a per property increase, and there's obviously variability depending on rates where you are in various locations within the district. So when we adjust for the impact of staff submissions, funding requests, and carryovers, this increases to 5.07%. If they were all to be approved, and you'll see the detail of that as we work through staff submissions through the day and various other reports to council. I think it's worth highlighting the inflationary environment in which we've been facing since we've issued the draft annual plan. It's not a barrel of laughs, excuse the pun. So obviously we've seen significant pressures on oil prices with the conflict in Iran. We set our inflationary assumptions at around 2.6% in the draft annual plans using the bill data for that, the bill adjusters for that. So we're currently seeing CPI at early threes, and economists predicting inflation as high as 4.5%, with the RBNZ at 4.2%, although I think they've got an announcement tomorrow, so we can see that change possibly. So we haven't increased budgets for inflation, and that's really important to understand in terms of the context. There's obviously a risk with that, but we'll just need to look at how we make the levels of work remain within existing budgets as cost increases. As part of this, we're also mindful that we're talking about ups in terms of the first three bullet points on the slides, but it's also important to look at ways in which we can manage cost pressures. So we've undertaken a significant review of budgets for cost savings and any other options that we can look at. This is really focused on cost savings that could occur, but those cost savings that wouldn't materially impact levels of service, and I will get to those in the next slide. It's also important to mention we've looked at fees and charges too, and that would, similar to many others in the sector, they're looking at fees and charges and rates and the mix of those and what's appropriate. But looking at our fees and charges, because they're already at levels comparable to our neighbouring councils, we didn't think it was appropriate that we proposed an increase to these. So taking all that into account, you'll see that today, if you were to approve all of the staff submissions and the cost-saving initiatives, that would increase the rates increase in the annual plan to 4.97%. So these were the cost-saving initiatives that I alluded to on the previous slide. These were the ones that resulted that came out as a result of the management team review. And sort of generally talking through these, you can see no fee waivers for the first year. There's a proposal to remove the current budget that's used to waive fees associated with building consents, resource consents, or community facility bookings. That could have been a possible saving of $40,000. Not carrying over general landscaping budgets for the community boards. So that's the small landscaping interventions undertaken by the community boards. That could be a saving of around 0.02% on rates. Third one there, the removal of Promotions Association funding. There's a review of that currently underway through development of an events plan with a view for this to inform the LTP about how funding might be better used to achieve outcomes. You could look at removing support for that, and the support for that's around $122,000 or 0.11% of rates. District Promotions Events Fund, that's a grant we give to Enterprise North Canterbury. ENC run a contestable grant process for event providers from that, and that grant's around $58,000, so that's about 0.05%. It's important to know that, it's important probably looking at all of these, and I'll probably go back to the top, that these are very much marginal increases and decreases. So we're looking at things very much at the edges. That increase in terms of the upsides from the staff submissions are small amounts, and equally these are as well, but we're just doing what we can in aggregate to look at each and every one of those and review what savings we can get. So this is what we've found as a result of them. I'm up to the eyesight, I believe. Yes. So relocation of eyesight activities. This was one that was identified looking at how we provide our eyesight activities and bringing them back in-house in terms of service delivery within the libraries. Proposed saving here of around $95,000, and it would also increase the level of service. So we'd have eyesight activities within our three libraries, so service provision within Kaiapoi, Rangiora and Oxford, rather than just directly within Kaiapoi. So this is something you'll see that we've recommended to progress within a later summary report. Next one's introducing higher user fees and charges for libraries, and this was really looking at high users, so possibly introducing a fee if you were to borrow more than a certain number of books a fortnight, for example. Possible savings of around $20,000 there. And the last one there is in relation to a waste minimisation education contract that we have. There was 3 options looked at for this. The first one was to retain the budgeted hours of delivery at its previous hours and take a CPI increase to that budget. That would save us around $10,000. Or we could even look at retaining the budgeted amount for last year, which would save us about $13,000, or we could cut that provision in half, which is around about a $60,000 saving. We've recommended to go with that first option, being to retain the budget hours and a CPI increase, and you'll see that in a later report too. So taking into account the staff submissions, the funding requests that you'll see through the further reports, some other approvals, the impact of carryovers and aggregate cost savings, that's sort of the movements that we can see on the slides. This is assuming that all submissions and recommending cost saving initiatives were to be approved, but that sort of gives you a flavour of the overview of where we got to and what we're recommending at a high level today.
So Chris, that means that everything that's in this book of pages with submissions that's recommended is by default when we move that, that's adopted unless...
That's where we should end up if we go that way. Obviously, if we tack, we can adjust that as we work through the day. Sure. But I think that's pretty much it from me.
Is there anything you want to add there, Jeff?
Yeah, as you can see with the presentation, we've tried to keep it under 5%. And it's important to probably understand that what makes that 4.97, if you look at our rate samples in the draft annual plan, you'll see that excluding basically the 3 waters, the rate increase is 2.9 or 3% right across all those rate samples across the district. So you can see that it's probably one of the lowest rates in New Zealand. You'll see a lot of councils that legislatively have to show their rate increase excluding 3 waters or 2 waters throughout New Zealand, and that's what we're doing. There's a beat there. So you'll see...
Nice interlude, wasn't it? I'll keep those going throughout the day there, Courtney. Sorry, Jeff. And
so you'll see the rates looking quite low, and others will be including it and not including it. So it's important to know what's actually included in that rate increase, which is being put through the media. So ours is 4.97, all inclusive, all up of the Ashley water supply, which we run, our optional waste bins, which people have the option of opting in or opting out, and the 3 waters. So that's all inclusive. There is a bit of risk over this budget. In fact, that we don't have any other source to rely on other than BERL to set the inflation rate for the next 12 months from 1 July. So if inflation does keep high, then that will impact on what we do in the next year. There's also a lot of uncertainty that's occurring throughout legislative change, such as local government simplification, simplified local government, rates capping, so we're fully aware that that needs to come in place by 1 July 29. And all of those additional costs we've tried to reflect in some way or another throughout this budget. But as I say, when you're dealing with 0.08% movement, and the staff have looked through the budgets to the point where they can't find anything more, I think we've got to a place where we're full out of ideas, and you can see some of the ones that we've come up with there are adventurous, and you can see high user on library books. We don't really want to put that forward, but if the councils that were inclined, it can. what we've done with the eyesight is we've looked at that one and thought, well, we could probably save ratepayer funds there. And the fact that, and that's up for debate, of course, that we could probably put that service across our 3 service centres and provide probably even a better service for people looking for eyesight facilities. That's about all I've got. I'm happy to take any questions, but there's quite a lot of small movements, I'd say, for debate within the budget there.
So just, Chris, with the, I'll come to you, Wendy, in a minute, the, what's here now is only recommending, so all those summary of what you had as options, higher charges for libraries, they're not contained here. What it's asking for is the potential of the eyesight function to be relocated to council. That's the only of those recommendations that's come forward. And what's in the summary, is that correct?
So there's, in the negative 0.1 of cost savings, there's the 2 progressed, 2 ones that are recommended to progress within that report. So one being the eyesight, and
the other was retaining the waste education.
yes, it was. Yes, it was the first option of the waste education. That's
so
right.
Could you just go back to that slide that was had the, just so we're just clear? Okay.
If you go to probably the report 5.9.
5.9.
5, yes, 5, page 5. There's a table here which shows not progress.
Oh, right. So page 4 and 5 has got the options there. So the only one that's been proposed to progress is the moving of the eyesight, but retaining the waste minimisation. Okay. Rather than getting to a major debate about these now, what my proposal, will come to questions, is that we can park the eyesight discussion to a bit later. I think we've got a lot of business to get through. And I think it would be good to get to the end and then see where we're at, rather than make a decision in isolation. But we've been given an option to progress there if we wish. So does that sound reasonable to you all? Okay, questions, I'll come to questions. I just thought, but firstly, also thank you to Jeff, Chris, and all our staff. You've read the room. We definitely need to look at keeping it under 5%. So thank you for offering those up, and it gives us the forward position that we've got something up our sleeve if we need to throughout it. But thank you for progressing those. They're difficult. Some of those are very difficult conversations, and obviously would need a lot of consideration if we were to make that call, but thank you for identifying those in advance for our consideration, but keeps the budget in its integrity if we wish to do that in under 5. So thank you. Councillor Doody.
Thank you.
Just a question, please. I am in favour of separating the eyesight, but have you accounted for training for the staff in a budget for that one? Training the staff to deal with the eyesight, if it goes in-house throughout the three places.
Yes, actually interesting you raised training. So during COVID we halved our training budgets to get the rate down to 1.5% in COVID days. We went through the budgets and we've still in most areas got less than half the budget that we originally had through COVID. In terms of the eyesight, we're allowing for the budget. There's not too much of an increase in cost there, so that's been allowed for.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just a question about the eyesight proposal. Have you considered the impact on ENC in terms of its viability and staffing levels? We're getting savings, but there may very well, as Councillor Doody alluded to, be costs on the other side of the equation.
In that saving, or the funding that goes to ENC at the moment, which we would not provide them and therefore make a saving, they include a small amount for that covers part of the lease of the building, and there is another amount that covers some of the staffing required to execute the eyesight functions within the building. That staff member also carries out other functions, though, funded by other parts of the budget as well. So they would need to consider that impact on ENC.
Has this possibility been discussed with ENC?
We have discussed this in the past with ENC on a number of occasions, and they weren't entirely opposed to it. They understood that it could make good sense in terms of the coverage of eyesight across the district at a ground level.
Right, thank you.
In fact, just Simon, as I recall, it was the council's insistence that we retain the eyesight. They proposed a different model or one gone altogether for memory. Could you confirm that? Because it was a couple of years back we had that conversation.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, the costs were slightly different. They weren't getting quite as much income as they do now from the eyesight. The NZMCA site in Kaiapoi has increased the amount of sales, I think, that come through that. They retain about 10% as a commission on the sales that they make, which is still a nominal amount overall. It's in the order of $10,000 to $15,000 a year that they make, but so the costs way exceed the income that they make in that space. So it is very much a service we provide rather than an income generating activity for them.
Thank you. And this proposal here doesn't remove eyesight. The eyesight gets transferred to the libraries, is that correct?
That's correct. And instead of having just one eyesight in Kaiapoi, if we wanted to, we could move it to the 3 libraries and essentially have a greater level of coverage across the district.
Thank you. Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Simon. Following on, it's a perfect segue to my question with regard to the commissions. So are the libraries going to be set up for taking commissions from any sales that would be generated from the eyesight activities?
I believe they could be. The figure of 95,000 takes into consideration both the income we generate and the expense that is contributed to run that service. So it's the wash-up figure.
Whilst I don't want to get into a debate with regard to the possibilities of having, instead of 11 people going through eyesight per day versus the hundreds of people going through the library, in terms of the displays that are singularly in Kaiapoi multiplied by 3 to go into the 3 libraries, has that been taken into account with regard to cost savings of the 95,000?
To some degree. So at the moment, there's around $6,000 or $7,000 spent on licensing, merchandise, uniforms, that kind of thing, the displays. We've factored that in going to the libraries, so that $95,000 excludes that $7,000 being transferred to the libraries for those costs. There might be a slight increase on that based on the fact that you might want to replicate that across 3 libraries rather than just one. But that might also see an increase in the level of commission that you receive as well, because you'll be in 3 places rather than just one.
So going back to the commission side, what percentage of the commission, I saw it, the last 6 months was 7,500, I think, in commission. What percentage of that commission was via online sales as opposed to in-person sales?
Sorry, I couldn't give you the split between online and in-person. I think the annual figure sits between $12,000 and $15,000 worth of commission. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Simon.
So just to be clear, the recommendation says staff progressing with relocation. Does that mean a further report will come back after discussions with ENC? Is that how you, and so that saving of what's progressed would bring the rate down, but the progressing to relocation that would be subject to a further report? Is that how I understand that? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that is correct. I think the next step would be, should the council approve this change, then I think we would need to go away and have a conversation with the ENC. We would possibly need to change the statement of intent for ENC and reflect that in their business plan, and then bringing reports back to the council about the process for making that changeover for your approval, final approval.
Councillor Powell? I've got you, Councillor.
Yeah, good that there'll be a report. I was just interested in the feasibility of squeezing something else into the Rangiora Library and space, given, you know, the displays do take up a bit of space, and yeah. So I was just wondering if that had been looked at by the library staff.
Yeah, we've already got some display space in the library.
Chris, do you think you could come over, just for the purposes of using the mic, for the broader audience that listen? Thank you.
Yep. We've actually already got some display space in the Rangiora Library where we do have some of the eyesight material already. So it would be a really small increase in the Rangiora Library to that display space. We've already got a brochure area in there, and it wouldn't increase the space particularly. It may increase a few people going in there and actually looking at the display, but we don't think that's going to be a major issue at the moment, and something that we can look to incorporate into a wonderful extension of the library in the future.
Was that an unofficial bid for the LTP? Good try, Chris. Put a tie on and look what happens. Sorry. Any further questions there, Councillor Powell? Councillor Ward.
Thank you. My question is, would not the extra showing the extra facilities available in our district across 3 sites as opposed to 1 site be covered, the cost be covered by the people? They'd be really thrilled, surely, to give their advertising and marketing at no cost to the council across 3 sites as opposed to 1. Wouldn't that be an advantage and no cost to us?
Great question.
Yes, I believe so.
Question mark at the end.
Yes, you're all learning how the question marks go at the end, aren't you? Yeah. Joan's a master. Any further questions? We've got, I think, for 4.1, it's now to, look, I'm going to move from the chair that we move A, B, C and D. We can put the eyesight on the board so we can revisit if we wish. Is there a seconder? Councillor Cairns. The reason I'm going to support this A is I want to firstly, as I said before, acknowledge the effort that's gone in by our staff to identify savings in a particularly challenging time. And we've got a series of reports that indicate where those pressures are coming, but also means that we keep the integrity of the level of service that we have in the district and don't fall behind. But it also adds in things like gives us options for the grants that have been put in, and one in particular that I'm personally supportive of is the one for Kaiapoi Rugby Club. I think they put a good case to us, and that'll be subject to a report. Oh, sorry, subject to our discussion as we go through, but that enables that to occur. With respect to the eyesight, I think it is timely we discuss that, and all it's asking for is to progress the relocation. And I'm open to transition arrangements with ENC as we work that through, so might not be given notice of that. But if we can offer a much better level of service through very highly sought after libraries, then I think personally that's a really good outcome. And that's principally what our concern was last time, was the removing of the eyesight function altogether, which is what was proposed. Now with the Motor Caravan Association, with other attractions, there are other localities throughout our district that it would be fair to say, do say at times that they too would like to see an eyesight in their localities, and Rangiora being one of our major centres, along with Oxford, I think a very much an option that should be progressed here. So I do support that. The retaining the contract hours for waste minimisation is also very important. I do not want to see that reduced. It's a function that works so well. Those of us who've had anything to do with Enviro schools, and one that really I guess drew on my strings earlier in the year was going to the Enviro Schools Awards, and Pepper Tree and Little Pepper Tree. I said this in my speech on Thursday night at Kaiapoi Library on some awards that I was presenting. That really drilled home to me the importance of that education and the work that they had been doing. And I know that's in large part encouraged by the work that's done through the waste education. But if we're to make a difference in that space, it's actually through the early generations that you start to see that. So waste education, I know from visiting our schools, and many of you will know that, just how important that work is. So I endorse that, but also giving us the options. And again, thank you to the staff for the work that they've done progressing this. And this is the first, the eyesight, as I said, will come back to us in a further report, but it does give us an option of making savings and keeping our rates under 5%, which I know our community would thank us for. They won't thank us if it gets beyond that, and we have to look at what's going on with neighbouring councils and the climate that we're in. It's a pretty tough environment. And so anywhere we can find savings that are realistic, we should be progressing. Second to Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In terms of the waste minimisation, I look at the educators in terms of the service that they provide to the schools and other environments, going up there and at events. I would hate to see that we would actually reduce that levels of service, so I'm very pleased that that's remained in place. In terms of the eyesight, I've been lobbying for years, probably with regard to the moving of the eyesight and giving it a higher profile. But I congratulate certainly ENC in terms of the wonderful work that they've done over the years promoting our district. I think the only issue, and I highlight what Councillor Powell talked about earlier with regard to the amount of visibility in our libraries. They are such busy locations now. My concern would be that things would get very, very lost in the library, particularly with regard to us promoting our district. So I think I'm definitely looking forward to the report coming back, which will tell us about how we can make sure that our eyesight doesn't get lost in the libraries. And it's certainly going to give us a higher profile in terms of ensuring that our district is promoted better via the libraries, moving the eyesight into the libraries. So I encourage you to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meetings.
You looked the other direction and called my name.
What's that, sorry?
I said you looked that way and then called my name, and it confused me for a minute. Oh, it's someone that's shown us. Oh, no, it was not.
Just trying to throw you off the scent.
You caught me. Look, I just want to echo your sentiments, particularly with regard to waste minimization. That's vital work that we do. And the amount of parents out there that say, gosh, you know, my kids come home and tell me, you know, that I should do this and I shouldn't do this. And we all know it is the children that are leading the way, really, in that space. And I think it's really important that we don't cut that too hard and continue with it. It is worth its weight in gold. As far as the eyesight goes, it sounds like it's a nominal business activity for ENC, but yet it is a very important function, and it sounds like it potentially could be a better outcome for eyesights to put them in the libraries. We can spread them around, not just Kaiapoi, but also Oxford, Rangiora. So that could actually potentially be a better outcome and a cost savings, and it sounds like it's potentially something that ENC was maybe lukewarm about doing. They were doing it more for the love than the money, so to speak. So I think that's a really great option as well. But I just want to say well done to the staff for finding this, because when you think about when we adopted passed the draft annual plan to go out for consultation, that was February, 3 months ago. You know what else started 3 months ago? Yeah, exactly. So the Iran war started, it threw everything up in the air, and we've had a fuel crisis intervene since then, and all of the inflationary cost pressures that have come with that. So the fact that you have managed to pull some rabbits out of the hat and still keep, as the mayor so aptly put it, the integrity of the plan that we consulted on intact is really nothing short of amazing. So thank you for that. I'm happy to support this on that basis, and well done.
Just in case I look in the wrong direction, it's Councillors Powell, Redmond and Doody to follow at this stage. Councillor Powell.
Thank you. I endorse all the comments so far, so I won't repeat those. The one I do is around the eyesight in terms of if it actually goes ahead, if we progress this, actually think about it, it will actually be an increase in the level of service. Because we have 3 sites rather than 1, but we also have longer hours. So that is definitely worth investigating and following up. So from that point of view and everything that's been said so far, I will be supportive.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Redmond.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I note the word progressing in terms of the eyesight, progressing with relocation. If that is intended to mean investigating the relocation of the eyesight functions, then I would be supportive. And Councillor Powell may have been reading my notes, better levels of service across the district, a more efficient use of resources, which I'm sure we would like to achieve, together with a cost saving potentially. So it could be a win-win, but I would like to see some more information rather than just having a one-liner here to make that decision. So if you can assure me progressing means investigating with a further report to come back here, I'll be very happy to support this.
Chris.
That's certainly the intention.
Okay. Councillor Doody.
Thank you. I do support this moving into the other areas as well. I'm just looking at when I go up and do JP training doing JP up at Oxford, the number of people that come into the Oxford Service Centre asking questions about where to, what can we do, and I just think that is a great way. And the signage is not large, so it's not as if it's going to be blocking up anything else, and I quite frankly think it's a great idea because the staff are already doing that role. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Just briefly in right of reply, I wonder, Chris, I see Simon's popped out. Do you think you could just have a talk to Chris about, Simon, about just giving Heather a heads up in case, just on this. I think now it's been agreed to be progressed or investigated, then I think just a heads up to her would be, and Simon would be best placed to do that.
Yeah, can do.
All right. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Declare that carried. All right, I'll just get myself in order here for the bits that we need to. Is it next up reports, Helene?
Good morning, Mr Mayor and Council. I'd like to present the report for the Special Consultative Procedure for the Draft Annual Plan 26-27. I'll take the report as read, and any questions, please.
Thank you. Any questions of Elaine? Just to say, in general, very well organised annual plan as always, but while we didn't have a lot that came to our drop-in sessions, they were provided. So, and then the number of submissions that came in as a result, I think, reflects where community are sitting with respect to our draft annual plan. So, well done. Any further questions, or then we come to a series of recommendations. Is someone prepared to move? Councillor Ward, seconded by. Don't all do it at once. I'll second it. That's fine. So, Councillor Ward. So this is 4.1, just in case you weren't clear and your reticence was there.
No, I just want to say that we're so blessed to have such a great team, and you've done a great job, and we really appreciate that. And it just goes to show that the community are not too concerned about how we operate either, so it's pretty good. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got nothing further to say because I basically said it just before in my way of a question, sort of. Any further speakers? Councillor Manners.
I will just throw this in here because, Helene, I'm sure you don't get to hear this very often. Great job. This is a really hard job. It's like herding cats sometimes. And you've done it very well, right down to, you know, organising hearings and all the rest of it. And yeah, it's not easy, and you do a fine job of it. So thank you for all your work in that.
Just a brief adjournment while I just get something in order here, so just wait for a moment. Unless, and if you wish to speak, let me know any further. Won't be a minute. Our meeting back to order. Just making sure I've got the right order of things, which we do. So any further speakers? Right of reply. I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So now we come to the 4.1a, which is the consideration of submissions. So the usual process is that we adopt that pro forma, and then if there's amendments, we deal with those individually as we go through. So moved Councillor Powell, seconded by Councillor Doody. Do either of you wish to speak? It's really a pro forma motion anyway, so I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Now, Mr. Cleary, you would like us to deal with page 29, 65 and 129 first, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Look, we've got, for the Utilities and Roading Department, we've got a series of reports as well as public submissions, but we do have, there's three that we'd like to just deal with the submissions first. And that would be local water done well being first, which is 29 of your submissions agenda.
So just to clarify, it's 29 of your submission booklet.
Yes, submission booklet.
Yeah.
So page 29, is that covering local water done well?
Correct, yes, so that's the local water done well as a first topic, just for you to look at those public submissions and the staff comments.
So just to be clear, you propose what's recommended in here comfortable with that recommendation?
Yes,
but
we are. So it's if there's any changes you'd like or any questions you have on any of those, we're happy to take those.
Okay, so there's a first. So is there any questions from colleagues on this? Because it's not changing our direction. It's what we've got currently indicated in our draft annual plan and what we've already agreed. So if we just flick the page, that goes through to page 39. So I'll just quickly flick those pages. So 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. All right, so that's local water done well consideration. Next is page 65 of the book. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's the capital program, the next, 63, page 63.
Oh, 63. So any comments here, Jared?
No, staff are comfortable with the comments that we have in there, but happy to take any questions or if
So any
councillors have
questions of
comments.
staff on this?
Sorry, 63 and,
In the book? Yes. Have you all got a printed copy, haven't you? Yeah.
So we've done local water done well, we're going to do the CapEx program, and then we're doing Pegasus.
so we're talking about submissions.
Yes, we are. Just on the submission points, and staff just wanted to make sure that we were comfortable with what's recommended there specifically, because if there's adjustments from there, it has quite consequential impact. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, and just for all of our other services, we've actually got reports, which we'll deal with each submission point, but these ones don't have a report, so it's just your opportunity to
Okay. Well,
have any comment on
go
that.
through these, unless there's questions of colleagues.
Can I just ask,
Just before we get underway with all this, the reason for recommendation, that part does or does not go to the submitter?
No.
The reasoning doesn't necessarily, but the submitter gets a response that's based on the council decision, and it may have some explanation.
And is that response the receives and notes part? Is that what they see, or do they see something different?
They see wording that's normally in a letter form that just says, thank you for your submission. The council has considered it, and here's our comment. And so the comments from here are carried through. But so they do sometimes need some tailoring to put them into a letter format, but the sentiment is always carried through.
And potentially the reason for recommendation reasoning also gets integrated into that response?
Yes, we usually do try and make sure there's a good, so they can understand the reasoning and the decision.
Thank you.
So just for clarity, the letters are written with the various departments, and inserted comms then put them into some plain English. No disrespect to departments, but and then they come by myself for final review and sign off, and I give that another check before it goes out. Okay. All right. So comfortable with that? So page 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69. Yep. Yes, Councillor Meetings.
Just on the reply to Ross Williams, just wondering if we could perhaps differentiate between resourcing of funds versus staff and contractor resourcing. So that's why I was just trying to understand what, from what we see in front of us here, goes to the submitter. Just so.
So which change are you looking for there?
Basically to split out when we're talking about resourcing, that we're talking about the resourcing of funds and people resourcing. It's not just, where is it here? Yeah.
That makes sense. We can be clear that it's both, that's no problem.
So when it comes down to delivery of a program, it's sometimes funding, it's sometimes people, it's sometimes we didn't get any tenders or whatever, so, yeah, thank you.
I don't think there's any disagreement at the table with that. So Helene and the team have taken note of that for the response back. Page 70.
And on that one.
Yes?
Just, again, I don't know how this relates to the form that we are giving back to them, but perhaps can we please also thank Mr. Trainer for the sentiment in his submission.
And that is impliedly written in. There is some standard lines that go in
They
there.
all do, thank
Yeah,
you.
I wasn't sure because some of them did in the summaries and some of them didn't, so that's why I was just trying to understand.
So just
All of the leaders would include a thank you.
There is generally, what
Thank you.
goes out pretty much smartly is a letter which summarises the overall position to everyone. And then it indicates in there that there will be a further response that comes back with their individual points. So,
Fabulous. Thank you.
so that's 70, 71 and 72. 73. All right. And then, Jared, the next was 129, is that correct?
Yes, there's just 2 submissions on Pegasus Lake that I'm happy to cover off.
Yes, please. So it's page 130 on Pegasus Lake. Did you want to add anything to your?
No, nothing further to add, so it's just if there's any comments or questions on
So
those
what
submissions.
I'd quite like to see included in here is that we will, like it says, staff will continue working with in the 4, but perhaps something that's just a bit more tailored that actually says that we'll, while we're having those, but also keep our community informed, and especially meeting with the likes of the Pegasus PRGI and others who've got real interest in there, that picks up the points that were made in their submission, but also the points that have come out through the, what do we call it, the Woodend? Whatever the strategy name is that we haven't adopted, but we are to adopt, because there's been a number of questions come up about the lake through that process, and we said that that will be dealt with separately.
Yeah, that's no problem. And look, we have been engaging with the Pegasus Residents Group for a number of years as part of our engagement with the developer. And so they've been quite actively involved. So we're happy to put that into order and continue to do that.
Thank you. So that's page 130, 131. Okay. Any further questions under that? We're comfortable with that way forward? Jared, are they the ones that initially wanted to
Yeah, they were the
progress?
only ones. And then I'd just like to go back to the main agenda. And then I suggest we take item 4.2, which is the drainage staff submission.
Yes.
And then for each of these reports, so for drainage staff submission, we cover that. And then we go to, if you'd like, we can then go to the public submissions following that, so that we've got the appropriate staff to help answer any questions.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep.
I think that's a good way of handling it. So first is report 4.2. Jason, thank you.
Morning. This report outlines the proposed drainage budget changes requested as part of the staff submissions for 2026-27 draft annual plan. I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the staff? It's pretty, well, it's clearly laid out. Jason, Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, just a really small query, hopefully. With regards to the primary drive of utility relocation costs, is that a mapping issue, or is it we're future-proofing and relocating to a more sensible location?
As far as why the increase in cost of the utility relocations, I think we try to set a balance when setting the budgets early on for realistically what utilities we identify and not going overly conservative. As we progress the project and do the potholing where we actually dig holes and see where the utilities are, that's where we can find, and in a couple of cases in these projects, we've almost hit a lot of the power and telecom utilities, which are some of the more expensive utilities to relocate. So it just happens that for these alignments, we kind of had the worst case on these two projects.
Thank you. Any further questions? There's a series of recommendations. Is someone prepared to move? Councillor Bartle, seconded by Councillor Doody. So that's, would you like to speak?
Look, it's a pretty comprehensive report. Well done. Yeah, I think it's very self-explanatory, so there's not really much to add to that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doody.
Just relating to the same things. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. And just in general on this, I just wanted to, while staff are here, Jared in particular, pass on to your team. I'm getting nothing but excellent comments about the work that's just been done down near is it Percival Street down here, and the work that's been completed through Southbrook, and the fact that it was completed a month ahead of schedule has been gratefully appreciated. But in general, these works are so important that we keep ahead of. When I go to Wellington, every time I go there is leaking water down the drains and that, which there's one in particular that's been doing ever since I've stayed in that particular location, and it never gets repaired from the looks of it. So keeping ahead of our infrastructure and our works is so important. I just want to acknowledge our thanks for that. And that's what we're renowned for. So it's a really important part of our budget. I just didn't want to go without saying just the work that we appreciate, the fact that we keep on top of our infrastructure. So do our community. And while there might be a little bit of pain with respect to going different directions at times, it's for the greater good. So thank you, team. Any further speakers? Right to reply, Councillor Bartle. Put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Next, 4.3. Is that Caroline?
So just, would you like to do the relevant? No, you don't want to do the submissions, you want to do the reports? Next. Okay, yep, that's fine. We'll just go through the reports and then, no problem.
Okay. Thanks, Caroline. Just let you catch your breath.
Good morning, Mayor, Councillors. So I'm presenting the water staff submission report, drinking water supply staff submission report for the 26-27 annual plan. So the report highlights the key changes that we're proposing. I take the report as being read and happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, someone prepared to move? Councillor Powell, I think you were, was that a twitch? I'll take a twitch. It's like an auction. Seconded, Councillor Ward. Okay, she twitched first. Okay. Would you like to speak?
Just to say thank you for the report, and you know, when you look at the new budget of for the Rangiora High Street, you know, it's amazing what we've actually managed to achieve in terms of the overall budget. So yeah, as the Mayor said, there will be disruption when that one happens, and the same with, you know, all of these, the Wood End water main renewals, but having the alternative of a failure is far worse. So I would like to thank you for all the work that you've done. Very impressive. Thank you.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you. Yes, a great lot of work happening here, and it's really good to see the High Street water main renewal coming forward. And I think we did note that we'd like to get the Back Street car park done before you do that. that's possible. And also, from my point of view, if we could get it done as soon as possible, not coming up to Christmas or anything like that. But we've got new buildings happening on the corner there that would be, in my mind, really difficult if they just opened and then we closed the street off once they opened as well. At the same time, that would be.
Can I just say that all those works that we've indicated that we've got process to go through before anything's confirmed. This is just bringing a budget here. There's a whole comms plan and engagement with our community, businesses particularly, about how we're best going to manage all that, and that was subject at our last workshop on that. So let's just not get ahead of the game here. And I just want to be very careful about how we do this, because obviously there will be could be potential significant disruption. We want to make sure that's well managed and understood by our community. It's a really important project, so we don't want to see the water main have further breakages along there, which has been indicated. But how we go about it, let's not alarm our community at this point. We've still got a lot of work to do of how we manage that, and all the things you've raised, Councillor Ward, Councillor Powell, are part of that consideration, including early engagement with those who are affected and how we best help them through that and manage that effectively. Further speakers, Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Albeit briefly, congratulations to the team also for the communication that's already gone out to the high street retailers. The ones that I've spoken to thus far have been very appreciative of the heads up with regard to the work that's going to be carrying out in the high street, which is certainly required, and it's wonderful to see that the team are so on the ball with regard to the maintaining of our essential infrastructure. But the comms to the high street retailers has been greatly appreciated, so thank you for that.
Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendations. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Declare that carried. Thanks, team.
I don't get a right reply.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, I'll just rescind that. Would you like, and I can as chair, would you like a right to reply, Councillor Powell?
No, I don't believe I do.
Good point. All good. I declare that carried. All right, next item's 4.4. Page 68 to 75. That's Caroline again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll also be presenting the wastewater self-submission report, highlighting the changes that we're proposing for the 26-27 annual plan. Happy to take questions. I take the report as being read.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, someone prepared to move the budget and second? Councillor Doherty's prepared to move, seconded. Councillor McLaren. Would you like to speak, Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. I was really impressed with your report and appreciate it very much. And if we can get some of this work done in due time before breakages again, that'd be great. Thank you.
Seconder, Councillor McLaren.
Yeah, thank you. No, nothing further to add. Really good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Bartle.
I have just a question for clarification,
Sure.
if that's okay.
Yeah.
Just to do with the Wood End UV upgrade, in light of the fact that we have to put chlorine in the water, is there the same justification for UV going in as well? How does that work moving forward? Just curious to know.
Sorry, I take it you're referring to the wooden wastewater treatment plant UV project that's been mentioned?
Is it just wastewater? Sorry, my apologies. So UV treatment on wastewater?
So just, yes, so we do use UV to treat wastewater, treated wastewater prior to discharge out into the ocean outfall. So first of all, it's treated for all of the, basically treating the wastewater to a good standard. And then in addition to that, it's run over UV to kill anything harmful before it goes out to sea. Just maybe to answer your question, even though I know it's not quite related, In terms of our potable water supplies, yes, we do need to use both UV and chlorine. So it's a little bit of a complex explanation, but the short answer is you do need to have both of the chlorine for giving us the the bacteriological compliance as a residual in the reticulation, but as part of our treatment of both protozoa and bacteria, we use the UV at the headworks as well.
Okay, thank you. I was unaware we used it in our thoughts. Yeah, thank you.
Might be good, Jared, if possible, to just at some stage a UNR briefing on that, especially for new colleagues that haven't been through that before, because there's quite an established methodology there that we've worked with Te Mata Arawai on as we didn't want to introduce chlorine, it would be fair to say, but there was, we went through an exercise of fully explaining that to our community why, but it would be good to do an update at some stage and even invite Te Mata Arawai to be part of that if they're able, because I'm sure they'd be happy to do that to just make sure that we keep briefed on it, because it is a matter that's raised often by our community. So what you raise is a good point, and it's good to keep abreast of it. All right, so it's been moved, seconded, which I've had the speakers. There is any further speakers?
I'll give you my lay term and break. My understanding of the lay term.
Councillor Doody, would you like to exercise a right of reply? Okay. All right, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. We now, I believe, come to page 99 of the pages and which cover this area. We've just done 4.4. That's all right. No, that's all right. That's all right. But thank you for keeping me on track. Page 99. So this is the nitrate, alleged nitrate contamination of drinking water supplies. So is there any questions with that in the response? It's 99. Page 100 and 101. 102, which is wastewater. 103. There's quite a body of information with this particular matter, so it might pay to just make sure our explanation is full or directs submitters to those points, because it's very hard to summarise in a couple of page letter, but there's a lot of body of material, so it might, just in the summary that's given back, would be good to have that included in it. And I think there's another one from the Kaipui River Care Group, River Protection Society as well, which is the previous one we looked at. So it's 103 and 104. So Jared, is there anything else under yours now before we go to further reports?
No, it's so we can go to roading now, so we'll go back to the main agenda.
Right,
and we've got the roading as well as the Eastern Link and roading.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, team. So we go to page 4.6. We do 4.5 first?
4.5 and then 4.6.
Thank you.
And just before, so 4.5 and then 4.6. If it works for the council, we do have an in-committee roading report. So if you wanted to go into in-committee for that, following the public roading papers, you could do that if it works for you.
Yes, we could, because it relates. That's the only agenda item for public excluded. I think
that's correct, and it does really relate to your consideration of the roading.
I'm okay with that. So let's keep boxing on. So if we deal with 4.5, 4.6, then we'll go into PX and then come back out and deal with the submission pages. All right. So first is 4.5, pages 76 to 84.
Good morning, everyone. This report presents a summary of the submissions for the Rangiora Eastern Link and requests funding be brought forward for pre-implementation and land purchase. As elected members will be aware, the pre-implementation funding for the Rangiora Eastern Link has been approved by NZTA, and I just note that there will be further gateways through the process prior, and approval is required prior to any construction beginning, both by council and NZTA. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? You'd like to move, Councillor Ward? So just check, is there any further questions? Yes, Councillor Powell, I'll come back to you in a minute, Councillor Ward.
Just a question, given some of the submissions and the things I'm hearing out in the community around the Rangiora Eastern Link, is whether there needs to be some more communication around why the cost increased, that it's not gold-plated, and that it is, we still need to get co-funding from NZTA to take it to construction phase, and that the co-funding so far just covers that design consenting and property acquisition part. Do you think that?
They all sound like really important things for us to be communicating, and we'll make sure we take it on.
It's just the
board.
things I'm hearing out in the community at times, and also when you look at the submissions we received.
Yeah, fair point. Any further questions? So, Councillor Ward, you've indicated you're prepared to move. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak, Councillor Ward?
Of course. Option A, of course, says project subject to receiving NZTA co-funding. Of course, we have received NZTA funding, and to bring this forward and getting on with the project will help keep the costs down as well, rather than any delays. So, and the staff are well advanced and are really onto it. So, and I just wonder whether we've just received this funding so far because there's an election coming up, and once we get the contract price coming, then also may confirm the exact amount. So it makes sense for them to wait until we get the contractor's prices in, so that we can finalise exactly what it's going to cost us to do. So that makes prudent sense. But I'm very excited about this, and I hope everybody will confirm that option A is the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The seconder, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to support this recommendation. The Rangiora Eastern Link, it's not really if it happens, it's when it happens. It is going to happen one day, and the recent funding from NZTA is just a further small step on the way. So we're looking at acquiring land and so on. And to reassure some of the submitters, I certainly wouldn't be supporting the link if we didn't have co-funding from NZTA. And as I think I mentioned earlier, there is from memory a 7-to-1 cost benefit to ratepayers with the way this is structured. So it is an excellent project, and I'm sure Councillor Ward will be around to cut the ribbon one day. And I would urge colleagues to support the recommendation.
Any further speakers? Councillor Doody.
Okay. This is very good going forward. Just at the staff, please keep the residents along McVale Avenue updated with what's happening, because it's very important, because it's going to be affecting their lives.
Thank you. I'm going to definitely support this, but I really just want to acknowledge that there's been a huge amount of work go into this over many, many years, 20 plus years. It's been sitting on the books, and it took, I think it's a really bold decision of this council to progress this. And I do want to acknowledge the passionate advocacy that Councillor Ward has brought to bear in this, and all the work that's gone in with our staff, also advocacy with at various levels, including ministers and chair of NZTA. There's been a huge amount of work, but in particular, how it's really come about, I think, is with the engagement, and I think it's an astute engagement of Rob Kerr to lead that project. So Jared and Jeff and team, thank you for, and Joanne, for seeing that. And also the value engineering that went in to make sure that actually it's realistic, the budget. Yes, there was cost increase, but it is the nature of where it is, and perhaps the original estimates, were they robust enough? We don't even really quite know because it's all contextual in the time. Bearing in mind the William bypass, it was never, I don't think, ever estimated to be $1 billion project, but it is now. And I've said many times, Northern Corridor was about 330 million, and if you look at the complexity between the two, I'd say the Northern Corridor is more complex than the William bypass. It's cost escalation. I think you're right, Councillor Powell, around making sure that we explain that clearly, that this is just the next stage of this, and the following stage when we get ready to go and find out what the tenders, when we go to in a position to go to tender once we've got funding confirmed to the next stage of NZTA is really important. But the bit that I thought was quite telling in the press release that came from NZTA was the piece that said that it was a commitment to the project, and that's a telling point. You don't just get money released and design work co-funding without a commitment to it. So it's been a big journey. So, but we do need to make sure we keep our community well informed of progress. And as the Deputy Mayor said, it's subject to co-funding. If there was a position different to that, we would need to consult with our community because we don't have the mandate to progress with that without the co-funding at this particular point, and that's clear from the feedback I've had from people as well. Any further speakers? Councillor Mealings.
Thank you. With this project, you know, it has been on the books for a really long time, but that project is now gaining critical mass whenever you look at the housing that's already gone in there with Belgrove and the quantum that is forecast through the district plan. And so really the time is now to get onto this. We already have a much lower level of service than we'd like with all the traffic being forced down through Southbrook. This will alleviate that. It's a progressive move to start progressing this project. And it just really needs to be done. We are not a council that likes to sit back and be reactive. This is a proactive step, and a proactive step 25 years later than we probably would have liked. But again, we now have the housing growth and the people to support this, and it's time that we get on with it. So I'm happy to support it, and thank you for all your work on it.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Right, reply, Councillor Ward.
Thank you. I just want to say a big thank you to the staff who actually supported me when I initially said I wanted this project brought forward by 10 years. I had a lot of opposition, but you supported the idea, and I want to say a big thank you for that.
Thank you. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. Next is 4.6, staff submissions to the annual plan.
Thank you. This report seeks approval for some additional changes to the roading budgets for the next financial year. There are a couple of things that I will just point out with this report. Tram Road number 10 road intersection. We've included an increased budget in here, but it is subject to a further report in the public excluded area. If that is to be approved, it will be an increase in expenditure in the next financial year of $155,600. The proposed changes result in an increase in rates of 87 cents, which is 0.02% to the district-wide rate in the 27-28 year, and my apologies, it's not included within the report. We've picked up an earlier version, unfortunately. I would also just note that it doesn't include for any uniform adjustments for cost increases or cost escalations as has been outlined in the previous introductions. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Joanne, for the report. I note there is a change in the budget for Tram Road, number 10 road intersection. It shows the original budget and the proposed budget. Is the recommendation to go with the increased amount? I thought we may be discussing that somewhere else.
Yes, we have got that in the following. So we have got that in the following in-committee report.
So if we approve this, are we committing ourselves to the higher budget?
That is something, it may pay for you to hold off on resolving this report until after you've considered the in-committee report, and that would take away that concern.
Right,
okay.
Thank you, sounds sensible.
Okay, well, I'm happy to pause here unless there's any further questions. Councillor Powell?
Just
Judy?
one quick question. The Stock underpass, the proposed budget, is that just for one underpass?
Yes, it is allowing for one underpass at the moment. We do have 2 requests in. They're pretty unusual for us to get underpass requests. We haven't had one in about 10 or more years. So, and whether they actually progress and also how much council then contributes depends on a calculation for the volume of the road. So this allows us to get one which there is more push or drive behind from the farmer who wants to put it in, whereas the other one we've had less commitment on, so we're hedging our bets there a little bit.
Thanks, that's what I want to know.
Thank you. Councillor Doody, then
My
Mealings.
question's been answered.
Councillor Mealings?
Thank you. Just a quick question. On page 89, where you talk about the financial implications and you put the rates impact is to be added, you just said 87 cents. What is that in the
Yes, that's correct.
grand
So
scheme
it was
of things?
87 cents, which is 0.02% to the district-wide rate.
Well done.
All right. Any other questions on this report? Well, I think at this point we will just pause the debate. We haven't got a mover yet, so we'll come back to that in a minute. We pause that, and then for the reasons, we've got a public excluded item. So for the reasons that are set out, is someone prepared to move that we go to public excluded? Councillor Mealing, second Councillor Goldsworthy. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So we'll just take a To 4.6, we've had questions. Is someone a further question?
I've got one further question.
Thanks, Chris. Are we, sorry, I'll just pause for a minute. Are we all good? All right, thank you. Are we live streamed today?
Oh my God.
No, but not PX, Wendy. It's not PX.
Thanks for saying that now.
Well, we are normally live streamed, just to be clear. I just was double checking because I see there's a recorder there as well. I was just checking if it was a live stream, but we are on live stream. But just so everyone's doubly aware. Your question.
Just around the Rangiora Wood End Road improvements, you know, it's $50,000 and moving that out to 28, 29, when that is a very dangerous intersection. You know, just some basic improvements would certainly help there.
Just to confirm, this is for widening and hazard removal. It's not for the intersection. We do actually have this next financial year $100,000 for the design of the Rangiora Wood End Boys Road to a heavy road intersection.
I couldn't find that report last night. I was reading this, so thank you for that.
Yeah, no, so this is actually slightly different, and it's really just to help improve the route itself, because it will see additional movements over time. It is a relatively small budget. It's for kind of those lower cost interventions, dealing with those roadside hazards and those sort of things.
Thanks for that.
Okay, any further questions? There's a series of recommendations. Is someone prepared to move? Councillor McLaren? Yep. Councillor Goldsworthy, seconded. Any discussion?
No, just add with that motion.
Seconder, do you wish to speak?
Nothing much further to add other than that it's very sensible. I'm not the biggest fan of deferring things, but you make very valid points for some of the deferrals mentioned in the budget, so thank you.
Thank you. So it's moved and seconded. Is there any further speakers? Do you have anything you wish to respond to, Councillor McLaren?
No.
I'll put the recommendation. Sorry?
Thanks for asking.
That's okay, yes. I wouldn't not want to ask. But all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. So, Jared, the pages we now come to.
On the public submissions, page 40. 40 is the Rangiora, starting with the Rangiora Eastern Link submissions.
And just picking up Councillor Powell's comments, there's a bit of, just to make sure our narrative is correct and what goes back, not that it isn't, but it's making sure those points are well made. So we've got page 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62. Then do we jump ahead to 76? Is that correct?
Yes, page 76.
So 76, which starts with bus routes with Pegasus Residence Group. So really, just to remind colleagues, if you want anything changed, this is the time to advise look, if after the fact you've forgotten, it's not a deal breaker, we can come back and revisit that, but it's just now's the time to do that. So that's what the purpose of this is. So 76.
Sorry, could we just go back to 76? Could you also add in there that, you know, now's the time to actually get their feedback into Environment Canterbury?
Well, how long is that consultation open for?
June.
So probably won't get it before then. Yeah, so if the timing, yeah, okay. There might be an opportunity next week at a certain meeting to remind people. 76. Yes.
I'm just on 77, sorry.
Oh, yeah. 77.
Yeah. I actually quite agree with Heather Thomas about getting those cycle stands with roofing over them to protect them. Encourage them to use them more often or during inclement weather.
Was that something you want to see? It says notes the majority are uncovered, the feedback. So, Jared, to progress that would need a report to be considered in the coming year. So, is there support in general for that, for covered
I'm
parking?
not asking for all, but these ones where the buses go and they put their bikes there.
I think as worded, the recommendation does cover that. It just says it will be further considered as part of the long-term plan, so that gives the council opportunity to consider it then. There's certainly nothing in the coming year's budget for covered cycle.
That will be discussed through UNR at some particular point?
Ahead of the long-term plan. So that'll be part of our levels of service proposition that you might want to consider ahead of the long-term plan. So we can bring you a report on cycle parking provision and whether it's uncovered or covered.
And you would perhaps pick up in this here that we do have where we've got the park and ride, there is covered parking, bespoke, in fact.
Correct.
I remember the team doing that, so perhaps to draw on that. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I am.
Everyone else happy with that?
And the price of bikes, that's important.
77, 78.
I can just make a comment, Mr Mayor. With regard to 78, I recall Spokes were actually going to come back with regard to, I remember seeing it somewhere that they were going to come back with some ideas about cycle trails or better parking facilities for cycles. Did they ever come back?
I haven't heard from them directly, but we can definitely reach out to them.
Because I think it might be even in the unconfirmed minutes as well that they were going to come back. And secondly, Councillor McLean and I were at a PARS meeting yesterday, and they were saying how cycling is one of the most used ways of people becoming more active, and there's a whole pile of levels of improvement that we're going to be making maybe from the green space team. So it might be an idea to have a word with Chris Brown and his team to actually give you more information with regard to the recommendation.
We come to 79. I was advised during the submission process that we were actually doing this work as the AMP had suggested, so the summary doesn't reflect that.
No.
So, because that's what I was advised at the time, so, and we did tell AMP that was the case, so has that changed?
Sorry, we've told them we're doing what?
We were going to remedy, what they'd asked to be done was to have some effectively like an AP40 mix put on those areas.
So that's been done, sorry, yes, as, I guess, short-term measures to fill in the potholes, so that's all been done down there.
So has it been formed better though on both sides that can be used round on Ashley Street and onto Coldstream Road?
No, because that's a much more significant piece of work to be starting to form that up, to have it like a car parking area. So you'd almost need to do that with a wider piece of work, which is to put curb and channel and formalise the car parking and
So
those sort of things down there. And we do have a budget next year of 350,000 for new curb and channel in major towns. And what we're planning with that is to hold a workshop with UNR, and we'll have a prioritised list. I suspect this one is going to be very high in the priority, but then to workshop that with UNR just to ensure that you're happy with where staff have landed, and then we can look at progressing that.
I just want to make sure that we haven't misled the AMP on this, so that's the bit I want to be clear on, because I understood that those works. So what has been done is to fill potholes.
Yes, yeah.
But more extensive works will be considered in the next 12 months. Is that correct?
It
In
was,
the next budget?
yeah, and just to, I think filling potholes is probably a little bit of an understatement. There has been quite a significant amount of work done on Coldstream Road. We brought in quite a volume of aggregate and compacted that in place. And I, just going from memory, I thought we had communicated that back to the AMP grounds at that time, and I haven't had any negative feedback on that. So I've worked on the assumption that they were satisfied that we had fulfilled that undertaking in terms of that work on the immediate work on Coldstream Road. We're referencing that in this, but also we are signalling that subject to the UNR committee direction and council approval, we'd be in a position to carry out a more permanent upgrade there, which, so look, if it hasn't been closed out, we're happy to manage that from an operational point of view.
Yeah, it has been closed out. I spoke to the chair,
Graham,
and I think I indicated to him that there was budget provision for 26, 27. Is that that's correct?
That's correct, yeah. That's when we've got the new curb and channel budget.
So in the interim, aggregate has gone down to not only fill the potholes, but sounds like it's more than just been a fill the potholes exercise from what you've just said.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay. If we can just check that wording.
And regrassed as well.
And regrassed, right. So we'll just check the wording of that before it goes out.
Certainly, if I may, I've had a couple of discussions with the showgrounds as well, and I've been very happy with the work that you've conducted thus far. They weren't expecting potentially the curb and channel work. They were just wanting it to be surfaced, or as the Mayor was suggesting, AP40 or whatever it is, to make it a more usable, friendly parking area for their users and also others, the likes of people using Maria Andrews further down the road and such like. So yeah, they weren't expecting curb and channel. They just wanted to make it a little bit more user friendly.
And that's absolutely right. They're not looking for curb and channel. It's more to put it to a standard that it can be that's compacted and can be parked on and not in time. Well, drainage is important. It's actually the same standard that the Croquet Club are looking for outside where the Croquet Club is, to do the same in Rangiora. So anyway, they're matters we can progress. Thank you.
So yes, to go overboard, they just wanted
a basic.
Basic, yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's 79, 80. So that's pretty much your question before Councillor Powell. 81. 82. 83. There was a number of questions that have come up about this project, and also at the recent Passchendaele Advisory Group, there's a range of questions to both that were discussed there and options there. So just to be clear, when are we looking, what is proposed here, just so we're clear about it? Because this is a bridge that's deteriorated and deteriorating. I use it myself quite often.
We've just done some work on the netting on the surface of the bridge. One of the key issues with it is very narrow for one of the key cycle connections between the Northern Corridor and the Kaiapoi cycleways leading through to the Passchendaele Path, and now we're actually working on that extension up to North Kaiapoi, and we'll want to in the future extend through to Wood End, which will give us that fantastic loop. So we did have this as a project in our long-term plan, and we put forward for funding from NZTA through the NLTP. However, we weren't successful in getting any walking and cycling funding at all in this 3-year period. And therefore, when we brought a report back to council, this was one of the projects that we did recommend was moved out into future years. Which is currently, I'm just trying to remember where exactly it's sitting. I'm not sure whether it's within the next 3-year period or not. There is, I guess, with the current funding constraints, though, I suspect it's very unlikely that we would get funding again. It's certainly a project we can put forward as part of the NLTP. But there's no guarantee that we will get that.
Maybe as a way of moving it forward, it would be good if we could have a workshop on, as one of our workshop UNR workshop items, and perhaps include the KTCB in that. There's various suggestions of what could or couldn't be done with this. I think its surface isn't satisfactory, neither is the width. So I think it's a matter of if we can have a workshop on it, we can discuss what the options are, including if there's a desire to fund it or do anything further in the LTP sooner. That's something that would be progressed through that, I'd suggest. Is everyone happy with that? Okay. And we could just update the answer to Martin. Right. 84. Yes.
Thank you. On the main street, I agree with the community board about the main streets of Oxford being sealed through in a good fashion, having lived off on Hewitt Road and backing onto the main street. The noise when it's been done with all the chip seal and trucks going through the all hours of the morning, early morning, it's very noisy.
Are you happy with the answer that's there? Okay. So that's the roading. Is there any other roading items to be progressed here, Jared, before we break?
So there are still some more pages, 85.
Oh, right, so it's the operational program. Yeah, it's just the heading. Right, so page 85. 86.
Can we just organise, you spoke at the hearings around organising a meeting with Braden with Evan and
Yes.
Yeah.
So it covers 87, so we can get a meeting together with roading portfolio holder, myself, Councillor Powell, and whoever else would like to be, McLaren as well, would like to progress that, because it's an ongoing issue that's raised around those, and with our access group with concerns that they've raised, we need to find if there is a solution to be considered, but at least have an open conversation about it.
So
Can we just incorporate that into wording?
It would be good to have the Green Spaces team involved in that. And
whoever you want to from staff. Yeah.
We see Grant McLeod has had some involvement with the plantings that are in there.
We want to pull together a discussion, and whoever staff you feel is appropriate to be there. 80, so it's 87, 88. 89. Councillor amendments.
So just on that one, the submitter suggests that we're just doing this to use up budgeted funds, and that they don't get as good of a level of service as others might get. But of course, we know that people on unsealed roads do have the option to apply along with their neighbors for the sealing program and do the 50-50 split. So, but that isn't mentioned in your reply. Can we maybe suggest that as an option to the submitter?
Yes.
So that they know also that some of those roads that aren't very well traveled, that seem to be sealed, have actually been done so because the residents have paid for it.
That has already been provided to Mr. McEwen, including an estimated cost in the breakdown. However, he was not interested in taking up that option, but I can happily add it
But he knows that those people are not being unfairly treated better than he is.
So, in the summary, it said he'd like to talk this over with me. Look, I'm happy for that to be offered in there with the rating portfolio holder. He's welcome to come in for a meeting. So, if that can be just factored into the response, and if we give him the contact number of how to contact my office to make the time. Okay, page 90. And then 91. An interesting idea. How do we want to progress that? I think it's worthy of us getting together with them at some stage and having a further conversation, perhaps involving the likes of Enterprise North Canterbury and other groups that have worked on trails and things throughout North Canterbury, and just the constraints of funding and getting those. It's not easy. So if he's keen to progress it, it's perhaps just to bring him in for a chat at some stage and let's have an open conversation about what his ideas are a bit more, flesh it out a bit, and then understand what the next steps might be if there's an interest to progress it. But that's, I think, the only thing we can do here unless members feel otherwise.
Just in the absence of my colleague, Councillor Fulton, who we share an interest in this type of project, there are some other potential rail trail type things that we are looking at, ways to progress in the Oxford-Ahoka ward as well, and potentially with the idea of formation of a trust or something to that effect. So I would be really interested in sitting down with the submitter and having a conversation about that. Just like the people we met with a couple of weeks ago, they were also interested in something along those lines. So maybe something a bit broader might be a good vehicle to progress this idea further.
Okay, well, let's.
I would be interested as well.
I think we'll just open it to elected members that would like to be there and see when we can get that together at some point. But it's a good idea, and I wouldn't want him to think that we've just brushed over it, because there was certainly had some good thinking, and he appeared very passionate and earnest about what he's wanting to achieve here.
It's got such a huge history.
All right, are we comfortable with that? Yeah. Next is 93. Yes, well, we've already added very strong advocacy around tolling. Haven't heard anything further. 94. 95. I did say at our meeting, I think we've got work to do with federated farmers to understand where we're at, and I think, Simon, if the team can organise some degree, and Chris, some engagement with them would be good, because they'd come to the wrong conclusions on a range of things there, and made assumptions based on this and that, and we've done a lot to progress rural, the change in rating system and that, we're in a rating review, so it's trying to change it from being a negative to a positive, because we're not far away from where their aspirations are. Just needs to turn it around. To me, like a once over our document without understanding everything in there. So I think an engagement would be worthy. Because I'm disappointed when I see things like this come in where they haven't understood where we're at, and they're a major group. So it'd be good to get a better understanding for them. So you happy to take it up at some stage?
Yeah, I've reached out to Lionel to set up a meeting.
Great. Is everyone happy with that?
Yeah, very happy.
Okay. So that's 95, 96, 97. Right. Jared, are they all the current ones?
That's all of roading. So after the break, all we've got is solid waste from my department.
Okay. We'll come back to solid waste after the break because I think there's a number that would like a break. So if we break now till this time, make it 10 past. And I understand there's morning tea in the councillor's area. So thank you. I believe there is cheese scones. next is solid and hazardous waste.
Solid waste, here, page.
Right. So I was getting on the right page here. Thank you. So page 10, 91 to 104 is the solid waste utilities and rating department staff. Is it the, sorry, staff submission first, is that correct, Jared?
Yes, that's correct. So that's, yes, page 91 on the main agenda.
All right. Nikki, do you want anything declared here? Might be wise for you to do so as a director there at Trans Waste and perhaps step back from the table. Yeah. Just for your own protection. Okay. Jared or Kitty, thank you.
I'll take my report as read, but I would just like to alert the councillors to the fact that late yesterday we received advice from Transwaste that their disposal and transportation charges have been impacted by recent fuel price increases, and they'll be rising above their indicative charges, which has quite an impact on our gate charges. It's almost double the increase that I was expecting. As such, we are recommending that the gate charges increase quite substantially, which includes the those for discounted rates. This isn't in my report because I wasn't actually going to increase those gate charges over anything, but I'm just alerting you to the fact, and these will be coming to you later today in the fees and charges.
So there is you're going to update. So what's in here now will need to have updated, is that correct?
So just with the resolution that's in front of you now, there's actually, Kitty's going to talk to one technical correction, which is actually nothing to do with the topic she's talking about now. It was just an error. The rest of the resolution stays the same, so there's no change to the recommendation. I'll get to the punchline and then let Kitty fill it in. Kitty's going to say, we've managed this increase within the accounts to a point where it adds a 0.02% to the total average rate, which brings your total average rate to 4.99%. So that's the punchline that you're probably waiting to hear what that is. But I'll let Kitty fill out the rest of the story.
Thanks for cutting to the point, to the chase.
The chase.
Yes, so I'm not too sure how much detail I need to go in, but I will provide the changed fees and charges to Marie Harris, who will bring their fees and charges report to you, the amended one. This does have a flow-on effect into the collection account, but we have looked at managing that within the account and have worked to keep the targeted rate increases down, as Jared said. My quick correction for the recommendation is in 2E4. There was a error in the retail price for the 25 packs. I would like to change that retail price to $97.50, an increase from $97.50 to $100 per 25 pack.
Okay.
And all the other recommendations stand.
So when you talked about a substantial, it's double what you were expecting, what impact is that going to have to gate charges and those? And I assume that the impact that we're considering is the same Christchurch and Selwyn will be, so we then our charges don't get out of sync.
Yeah.
Not that we price fix.
No, I was projecting between 2.7 and 3% increase. It's looking like more like a 5 to 5.5% increase in gate charges for the per weight.
And that include the commercial operators as well?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Well, it is what it is.
It includes, yeah, the retail people, commercial operators, and our own costs for our own refuse, but we've worked that through the accounts, and that's where we ended up with a 0.02% increase up.
All right. Okay. Any questions here? Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Kitty. Thank you, Jerry. On page 100 in diligence, it's just a very minor issue. But in terms of the original draft budget, you buy at home compost bins for $2,870 and sell them for $310. That's total, obviously, those sales. That equates to 7.5% markup. Doesn't account for inflation. Is there a policy that when we buy things in that we actually put a margin on it, and it's a margin that then accommodates for all of the costs associated with stocking these products and that sort of thing, or is it, yeah, and if we were to do a comparison to those compost bins being sold elsewhere, are we selling well below the other retailers, or what's the story, please?
We are selling below retail price. We are charging to cover our own costs, including council overheads, on top of the costs of getting the materials in. And this comes from quite a long while back, but from memory, the council were supportive of basically just covering our costs to encourage people to home compost. So these are the Bokashi units that we are selling, and the Bokashi materials and the Enzo Pet. So it's just a way to encourage people to do their own home composting and limiting, I guess, our, just covering our costs and not making a great profit from it.
So we're undercutting other retailers that are actually in the district selling the same item, is that right?
I don't know how many in the same district are selling Bokashi, to be honest.
It's probably fair to say we're not attempting to undercut. So I wouldn't, that's not our intention. Our intention is to provide this product as one of our waste minimisation initiatives to cover our costs. So we do need to have that 7.5% margin on just to cover our costs of handling it, but we're not making a profit from it, and we're not trying to compete or anything. We actually would encourage any activity that is happening in the district that also leads to waste minimisation. So it's not a competitive element from us, it's just providing a service to the public. It's up to the retailers how they provide those kinds of products as well.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Okay, so we've got a series of recommendations. Someone prepared to move? Don't all do it at once. Councillor Ward. Seconder. Seconder. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Ward?
No, just noting that in number 5 is that wholesale price is increased to $100 to a 25 pack. That's what we're confirming. So,
yes.
Thank you very much for all your hard work, keeping everything tidy, and all your team as well. Do a great job.
So it just implied in that is the change to the E4, which was changing from 100 to 97.50 to 100. That's what we were moving and seconding. Well, that's what we're debating now. Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Right, so we've got the submission point, I think there's
Just
only
one.
just one, isn't there, which
That's
is
right,
the
page-
Rangiora Ashley.
Page 98.
Is there any changes to that? It's all right to me? All right. Thank you, Jared. Is that your area?
Yes,
No more good news
as long as
today?
it's okay with you, I can go off and do some other work now, so.
Well, it's up,
Thank
it's
you.
up to the chief executive, actually. I'll leave him to make that call for you. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, team. All right. Mr. Hart.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Yeah, 131, I think we're at, yep, page 131.
Of the submissions, 131?
Yeah, yep, we don't have any reports to support, Mr. Mayor, so it'd just be the submissions from 131 through.
It's not 131 on ours, I think
Oh.
it's 134, is it? Yeah, 130. Oh, 132.
132, okay.
Yeah, okay, so it's event funding for coastal settlements, I think. Is there any questions? Is there anything you want to add, Simon, at the front end?
No, I accept the submission, and we have a process underway, as you'll note there.
All right, so that's page 132. Everyone got there? The 133, I think Enable have come along there now, haven't they?
Working on it at the moment.
Yeah, so it might need a bit of, that needs rewording because it's changed.
Okay.
In fact, the chief executive of Enable was at rugby with me one night and was telling me how pleased he was with that. So if we can update that wording to reflect that, would be good. Okay.
Okay, we can do that.
134. I see that matter made the press today. And thanks to Mayor Janet Holbrow for her work with raising that as an issue as well, which a number of us signed a letter of. So, right. Okay. 135. One, 136. 137. 138. Just a question I've got. Details withheld, where it says at the top there of our pages. I'm really inclined not to accept submissions that have their details withheld unless they have a very good reason. I don't want to receive, unless we've got a good reason to. Is there a rationale?
The name was on the submission, but they've asked for their details to be withheld within the document.
Well, their name should.
We allowed them.
Do we?
I think some people are happy for us to communicate with them, but don't want their names in public documents that might be seen by the public. So we provide that as an option for them. And
well, I'd like us to consider that, and not for today, but in future. If you're not accountable for your views, then you shouldn't be able to just submit them forward. I'd like to think about that because it's just otherwise anyone can just say whatever they like. We're all accountable for our views, so I'm happy for address details and those things to be withheld. But if that's a view you've got, maybe we need to I'd just like to check where that sits. And if there's a sound reason or a legislative reason that we are obliged to follow, then fine. But in general, I think you should be accountable for what you say.
We can look into that and just check into, is there any privacy matters that we need to?
I think we did look into it, and the feedback was that they can do it. It's just like an official information request, they can withhold the details. They can send a false email address and we have to respond to it.
Okay, I just welcome a further chat on that, but if, just for debrief from this exercise this year, it would be good to do so. But yeah, if there's, as the Chief Executive advised, if there's advice that says that it is what it is, but it's just grates me whenever I see those things. All right, so that's 138, 139. The short area, Simon? Licensing fees, or is that more Kelly?
I think licensing fees is ours, but if it is around an amendment to a bill or a bylaw, sometimes the policy team will take the lead just because of the work they do on assessing legislation and bylaws. So it depends on whether it's an operational matter or whether it's an academic matter.
Okay, well, unless there's any views to the contrary on that, it's the response. So what's your next area, Simon? Oxford wastewater's not really, that's true.
I think again the wastewater one relates to energy use. So using the wastewater plant as an example, but the actual inquiry is more around about energy, energy efficiency.
All right. Democratic decision making, that's your area again.
Yep.
Comms and engagement.
That's me.
142. 143. It does say there that the annual plan engagement occurred by way of an audit. Can I just say that I think of all our shows in my 20-odd years, I think that was the best stall we've ever had and the best engagement I've seen up at the AMP show. So just to acknowledge that it was very it was interactive and people seemed really interested in our position, was excellent. So it was a really good, I thought a really successful day. So well done to the team and who put that together, because it was brilliant. 144. 145. 146. So Karen Ward's made a number of suggestions, Eleanor. Is there any engagement that can occur with her around in the access group there, which I believe is supported by the access group, around accessible, the points that she's asking around those things, at-risk residents?
Yes, it is in our program of work that we will be engaging more with Access Group to allow them to inform how we undertake and plan for emergency management.
So perhaps we could weave that in to the response, because there were some thoughtful points that were put forward, so it'd be good to make sure that they're acknowledged, and if we are doing a work stream to make that clear. So that's 146. Is everyone happy with that? 147. 148. 149. 150. Okay. Is that you, Simon?
That's me. Thank you very much for taking
Unless
that
anyone's
section
got any
early.
really difficult questions they want to ask Simon and put some amendments up, we can let them go.
You're more than welcome to email those through at any time.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, everybody. Cheers.
Thank you, Eleanor. All right, so I'll just... Right. next is we're going to deal with community and recreation, Jeff. 4.8. Just getting my diligent back up.
Mine's 4.7. This is 4.7.
The solid waste one was supposed to be 4.7, but it's 4.8.
Yeah.
That's the first year, right?
Because you moved in the air.
So 4.8 is the regular airfield budget. Is there a reason why we're advancing the governance structure here and not at the main council meeting, which is next week?
That's because the governance structure report has the allocation of the $20,000 to be able to support the independent member on that group. The recommendation identifies the fact that we'll look first of all to try and get that person as a volunteer, but if we can't, we're going to require up to $20,000 to be able to employ that person. So it was an annual plan, but that's the reason it's come here. It could be deferred and changed to another council meeting.
Excuse me for one moment.
Just briefly, Jean.
Just for the purposes of transparency, I would prefer that it comes to unless others think otherwise, to next week's meeting. Happy to leave the budget provision in there for role, but there's been a lot of interest in this. I just don't want people to think that we're racing it through without scrutiny. It's not that we're not, but it's just more transparent, I think, at our full council meeting. So if we could deal with that item there would be, so if we just leave 4.9 laying on the table, it's only next week it's coming up, so I think it would be wise to do that. So I'll move from the chair that we lay 4.9 on the table and address it at June's meeting, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. It's procedural, so I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary? Declare that carried. Right, so if we come to 4.8. Yes.
I'll take the report generally as read. There's three main areas that we're seeking funding for the next financial year. Those are some operational funding and some capital funding. The capital funding relates to continuation of renovations of the 0725 runway. You'll see some pictures in the report which identify some areas which have just got to the point where they resemble more of a riverbed than a runway. So we need to excavate some of those areas out, backfill with some soil and some seed, and do the renovations to those to make sure that they're safe to be able to use. We do need to do some fencing upgrades around the outside as part of CA requirements and recommendations in the survey that we did. We did have money identified in the last long-term plan to implement some fencing, and we have already done some of that. We need to top up to be able to complete that. And then we've also identified some money in the budget to continue to work with the private air park development. We have got a number of agreements which we've been preparing, and we still need to be able to continue to do that. So we need some legal services assistance to be able to complete those, and we don't have existing budget to do that. So those are the three main areas. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions of Chris? It's all pretty straightforward. Is there a mover? Oh, sorry, you have a question, Councillor Ward.
It's just about the regrassing of the side of 0725. Would you consider, if we looked like getting a wet spring, doing it at that stage rather than waiting till the autumn, or what are the thoughts there?
I wish I had a crystal ball and I could tell you whether or not we're going to get a wet spring. I mean, the grass that we've just put in at the moment, we just have not had any rain for so long that we've had to do a little bit of irrigation down there on the runway. Even now, we don't have any rain apart from this afternoon, a tiny drizzle for the next 8 days. So even at this time of year, the dew's still not at that site enough to actually allow the grass to grow. And the problem with spring is you may have a reasonably wet spring, but it's just followed by really hot, dry temperatures. And when you do it in autumn, you're followed by a really wet period, which allows the root structure to grow a little bit more to make sure that it's actually able to sustain itself through the next growing spring and then summer. So it's better to do it in autumn. And it's really challenging to know what the future's going to hold when it comes to weather.
That's a good answer, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Chris, for the report. I requested a few questions from Duncan Roxburgh in the last couple of days with regard to the contribution that ratepayers are making to the airfield and the costs. I'm just wanting to understand, will we ever get to a stage where the users of the airfield will pay substantially higher and ratepayers pay substantially less than what they are currently? Or is this going to be, where are we at?
We do have money identified in next financial year to be able to look at the structure of ownership of the airfield, to look to see whether or not there's potentially a better structure that would enable a more business-focused approach to the way the airfield's run. We did come with some information to council that looked at some of those fees and charges structures that we could implement at the airfield, but the biggest thing which we identified is the main overhead associated with that cost of the airfield is the staff internally to be able to actually manage that airfield in a safe way. So you need to look at that structure. You need to look at the structure to see whether or not you can make some fundamental change that may actually end up costing the ratepayer less to manage that airfield. The fees and charges themselves we can increase, but we can't increase by particularly much based on the information that we've done, because it still has to stay relative to land values and various things like that. So the key is going to do that governance review and bring that back to council so they can have a look to see whether there's opportunities to try and manage the airfield differently.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is any further questions? So there's a series of recommendations. Is someone prepared to move? Moved to Deputy Mayor, seconded. Councillor Ward, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just briefly, there has been a lot of activity occurring at the airfield, both with the appointment of an airfield manager, who's here today, and there have been a number of changes, manuals, policies, procedures. I think the airfield is being operated with what I would call best practice. That, of course, incurs costs, and there have been a number of upgrades which have occurred and some which are proposed in this recommendation. One of the extra costs, of course, is the Smith development, and I think it is important that we do have legal advice because it's not a simple matter when you have private properties bordering the airfield, rights of access, and what the rules are going to be for that to occur. So there are costs, and it was interesting, Councillor Cairns did ask a number of questions of staff, and undoubtedly the airfield is subsidised by ratepayers. Can't necessarily see that changing in the future given current prices. We are trying to maximise the return from the airfield, but there are constraints. Just for the record, it is something, the net cost is in the order of 591,000. So anything we can do to reduce that is a good effort. These figures will be factored into the annual plan budget and the projected rate increase. So having said that, I would ask you to support the recommendation. The airfield, I believe, is in much better shape than it would have been years ago. Regrassing is just another example of that. And I guess Chris will need to get out there and do a rain dance to encourage some precipitation.
I'd pay money to see that.
Right, so That's all I've got to say, but it's a good report. Thank you.
Councillor Ward, and just for colleagues' reference, lunch will be ready any time from 1, so I'll gauge it around how we're going at that point. Councillor Ward.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. The airfield has really improved over the last few years, and with Owen being there, a safety manager being there, has really helped. I do want to ask though, the airfield safety manual is not yet up on our council website. Is that far away? I will just ask that one.
Are you debating or are you
No,
asking
I'm just
a
asking a question.
So we'll park that one till, do you need an answer to that to continue debating?
Well, I'm just asking the question, is it,
No,
is it up on the website?
sorry, you were debating actually. Now you've asked a question. Would you like to ask would you like your question answered? Then you can resume debate.
Yes, I'd like to know if it's coming onto the website.
Okay. Chris, can you answer that?
There is an existing safety manual which is already on the website, but the updated safety manual is moments away from being put on the website. So we are actually going to send it to Community and Recreation Committee meeting with the covering report to get it approved, and then it will go up on the website. So it's just going through creative admin at the moment just to make it look nice, and then it'll be approved, and then it'll go onto the website.
Thank you for that. And
so would you like to resume debate now?
No.
Have you got anything else you'd like to say?
No, I'd just like to say that the airfield's looking very pristine, and that the new sealed driveway has made such a huge difference. And when we do get rain, we won't have to fill the potholes. So that's a great, be a great help to the budget. But no, I won't go any further. So I'm happy to approve these recommendations.
Are there any further speakers? I'd just like to add my support to the budget. And I understand the questions that Councillor Cairns has raised. The questions that have been raised over a number of years around the level of what the actual cost of running the airfield is. And while we own the airfield, it's very important that we make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure it's a safe environment and follow the rules set out by CAA and make sure that we've undertaken the changes. We've been very lucky to have a voluntary advisory group over many, many years who've done outstanding work, and a lot of people who do proudly champion the airfield. But the time's come to shift a governance focus there, and it'll be subject to discussion next week, and we're approving budget to give effect to that. It's just part of that progression, and if we want to make sure we maintain a professional operation that's safe, they are the things that we need to do, including the work that our manager does down there, and I want to acknowledge Owen, who's sitting here with that. Look, for future ownership and other things, given there's a sizable investor around, I think it would be prudent for us to be ensuring that we consider all options. So I wouldn't rule that out, but I think we, in the present environment with Environment Canterbury and works being considered nearby, we need to let that exercise conclude before we can look at what other options there may or may not be, because that's presupposing an exercise that they're undertaking at the moment, and we just have to be aware that with the stop banks a long way from what we've been told, there is significant risk to the town and to the district, which they're looking to see whether they can mitigate. And we had a meeting not that long ago to ask for just to get a bit of a steer with where ECAM were going. So when we know more information, we'll be able to share that obviously with the council, but the undertaking to put some advice provision in there with the ownership with the nearby, as mentioned there in the report, is really prudent. There's a lot of questions, a lot of things that need to be resolved, and look, I think the district's lucky to have an investor like that that's prepared to be in there and be a partner, whatever that looks like in the future. So I'm supportive of the direction of the report and encourage you all to support it. Further speakers? Right of reply?
No, thanks.
I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that Carried. All right, so we move to, do you want to do with 4.10 now, Chris? Which is the campgrounds capital budget?
Yeah, we can do.
Do you want to come, who's dealing with that? Is that Rob, is it?
Yeah, I can.
Rob's just behind you if you want him to join you.
Oh, yeah, Rob, if you want to.
Good morning all. I'll take the read as report, as the report as read. But in essence, we have a requirement to upgrade the water supply under the Water Services Act 2021. Not in the next few years, but there is some planning underway for that. Quite a lot of other considerations to take into account as well in terms of potential implications, and the work on that is still ongoing. So the intention here is to move budget that was allocated to Waikuku and Kairaki for this work to this first year of the next LTP. Give it over to questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Rob. I just wondered, the funds are being transferred to the Woodend Beach campground. What's the term of our lease there?
The lease runs out to November, no, sorry, not November, July 2031. And that is our lease with the trust and also our lease with the campground operator.
Is it likely we would want an extension?
At the moment, the ownership of the improvements would go back to the trust at 2031. So they would become the owner, and on the current basis, council is likely to step back from its involvement at that point in time. At the moment, the underlying land is owned by the trust. We lease that from them, and we on-lease the land and the improvements that we own to the campground operator. And that comes to an end.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So we've got a recommendation. Is someone prepared to move? I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Cairns. I've got nothing to add. I think it's a sensible suggestion. Any, Councillor Cairns?
Agree. Sensible solution. Thank you.
Any advance on sensible suggestion? I was going to use no-brainer, but I thought no, it's been overused. I'll put any further, no further speakers. I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Declare it carried. So we come to the pages related to CNR. So 105, I think, is the first. So we've got 105. 106. 107. 108. Just, there was a suggestion of the an arts levy on developers. Do we know whether that's something that's been introduced elsewhere and whether that's indeed possible? It said we acknowledge that I would be interested to those points that she's raised to get an answer to that at some point. Is that something, Chris, we can, between the Chris's, we can find out what's possible and what's not possible?
I was led to Christchurch Council provide a levy, where there's a levy on developers. It's like 5% or it's a small number, but yeah, for arts.
Well, it might make a. I'd just be interested in it being explored. So can we look at that?
We'll look into it and bring something back. I haven't heard of it necessarily coming from development contributions before. I don't think it's in our development contributions
Whether
policy,
you can
but
do it,
we
yeah.
can look into it.
It has to be associated with an asset.
Yeah.
So the Christchurch City Council might do theirs in association with the Arts Centre, whether it's got some growth component. That was in the original plan. But if you don't have an asset, and that's in provision under our DC policy in the next sort of 10 years, we do go out 25 years or 30 years with some assets, so you can't make a charge. And it has to be related to growth.
Has to be an actual asset.
It has to be an asset which has a component of growth in it.
So we have a community facilities development contribution levy at the moment through our library extension, so we're collecting development contributions to that at the moment. So the library extension is identified, but it's not identified specifically as an arts project. You could look at your levels of service for your neighbourhood reserves and things like that, but the levy is still going to be on the neighbourhood reserve provision up to 7.5%, which is on the Local Government Act, and then our levels of service are the thing which would describe how art was then implemented on those assets. But we can look at it and bring some more information.
I think there's also some sort of quirky thing that used to be in the Act as well, that it had to be on council-owned land and owned by council. So but I think some of those provisions kind of dropped out when they brought it back in. So it's used to be in, then they took it out and put it back in again. So there's a bit of history around the arts. I think the same happens with other community facilities like libraries and swimming pools.
They were out, now they're back in.
Now they're back in, yeah.
I think it would be good. I think it would be good to have a workshop topic at some point where it may well be what Jeff suggested. Well, it probably will be with what Jeff suggested, but that we have looked into it so we can get back with a proper answer.
So if we were to look at the Waimakariri Public Arts Trust, which actually purchases arts for the community, that wouldn't be, because we take rates to actually, we have funding of that for purchasing of arts, that couldn't be the asset. And a certain amount of money is put aside for physical artworks each year for that. Yes, no?
Let's get it.
I think we'll have a look at it. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Chris or Jeff might be able to answer. Under the new government proposed legislation, excuse me, are the arts considered a core service?
I think they are actually. They're included, like a lot of people thought like community facilities were out, but I think you can include it under the libraries umbrella.
Museums and libraries are specifically included, and community facilities. But I can't remember anything specifically about art.
Well, there's no definition there in the Act. We'll make that available when we come back with the DCs. But
okay, people comfortable that we explore that? Okay, so we come to page 109, Texas Residents Group. 110, page 110. Page 111. Page 112. Page 113. Page 114. $115. $116. $117. $118. Page 119, which is property.
The recommendation in there says notes that staff do not support the acquisition of 65 Hilton Street, so we might have to make a change to that because it's not.
What's council?
It's the council as opposed to staff, so we might just change that recommendation.
That was decided when it was raised some time ago.
Yeah. it's been to the property SE working group, and there was no particular interest to bring it to council for a formal decision on it. So we can change that recommendation to reflect that.
At least members think otherwise here, but it's been to property working group, so happy with that?
Yeah, very good.
Okay. 120. 121, so that's approving the grant with the basis that the trust is supplying $60,000. Just look, I indicated at the start I support this. I think they do a remarkable job down there, and it's a well-used facility. So if anyone wants to add any debating points, they can here, but it's a very well-used facility. It's also available to us for times of civil defence and other matters, and is used as a welfare centre, and the park trustees are always make it available. I think the bit to just acknowledge here is the huge effort that the trustees do put in. We give a grant to help with the maintenance of the grounds, but the grant's a small sum compared to the voluntary hours that go in. It's not dissimilar to Mandeville in a lot of ways, but it's been a success. And as the members were saying, Graham and Murray the other day, they don't really come and ask us for much at all compared to the levels of use that facility gets. When we look at the rugby club rooms and the associated toilets and those, they're available for community use. Also, the grounds are used for community events. Wasn't that long ago that it is now used for the carnival, especially the Christmas carnival. So, well, I've been down there a number of times and had a look at the car park condition. It is poor, and it does need resolving, and I think it's a small contribution we can make for the greater good, and that there is the public use of those, which the community, as I understand, aren't charged for use of those grounds because it's something they see as the greater good. It's not dissimilar to considerations we have when we've been talking about AMP showgrounds and other things in the district, where we certainly partner with those organisations. So personally, I'm fully supportive of that request, and the 90,000, or up to 90,000 I think. So given they've gone out to the market and tested it, I understand, Chris, that when we looked at it, we were pretty impressed with the costings they got, given it's an asphalting of surface, which will undertake all the unders and overs and all the rest and fill. It's much better than a tar seal surface for the longer term. So I hope that the colleagues are supportive of what's recommended there. Brent?
I totally agree with you, Mr. Mayor. The small amount of grant funding that we provide each year is minimal when you consider that they provide hockey, cricket and rugby throughout the year. Poppy, and he just does an amazing amount of work on those fields. They are absolutely pristine, and as I said, for the small amount of money that we provide them each year, we get great value. So this one-off grant to sort out the car park is a great investment, to a great asset for the community of Kaiapoi. I hope everybody else supports it.
Is there any other speakers? Is there any views opposed? Okay. I just note there at the bottom paragraph, should the trust dissolve, all its assets revert to council. So that's one of the conditions of the trust deed. So, all right. It's 121, 122, 123. The Hoka Domain annual grant does continue, Chris, is that correct?
At the moment, it only continues up until the long-term plan, so they'll have to do an application to the long-term plan, and then council consider that. We've been doing it on 3-yearly cycles for a number of years now, and the last time we did it, we also identified the fact that they would be able to use that not only just for the Hoka Bush down the back, but also for the Gatekeepers Lodge as well.
Importantly, is the income that comes in from the Hoka market, is that being credited against this? Because we did ask for that to be undertaken when we achieved a resolution. Has that been achieved?
I don't think that accounting process is necessarily happening, but we're definitely still getting the money coming into the account and then other money going out on the account. So we have an income code and an operational grant code going out, but they're not ring-fenced.
Can we look at that, please? Because it's an important matter for a number of residents down there, and also the owners of the Hoka Farmers Market certainly wanted that to be something we would progress, and we said we would. So if that can be, that would be really good. Is anyone in disagreement with that? Just a lot of politics around that issue in the community, and I think it just helps that it's known that some of that income goes to the greater good of the reserve. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 4.
So just to clarify, Chris, with regard to the increase for the Oxford Gallery, is that just a one-off of $2,000, or will that be a yearly on top of the current 12,000, please?
Well, this is only for the annual plan, so I don't think this can commit anything further out. That would have to be the long-term plan process that did that, but while not specifically mentioned in here, the Oxford Art Gallery is undertaking rebuilding warrant of fitnesses now, and they weren't previously, so that's a really good thing, and that obviously comes with regulatory cost, and so this is to assist with that regulatory cost to make sure that they actually have that building up to our standard and get the building warrant of fitness checks undertaken and all of the regulatory requirements completed so that the building can be safe for the public to be able to gain access to, etc. So I imagine they'll come back as part of the long-term plan and seek the exact same funding.
So in terms of building warrant of fitness, we obviously do that for the likes of other galleries, so the Chamber Gallery, so we would fund that? Is that that part of the library? So
No. So we have an external company that does that for us. So we pay an external person to come and do our building warrant of fitness checks for us. The
So
same
that's
way they're having to now pay for someone to come do that.
okay, so would we get a better deal from doing those warrant of fitnesses for
We are
Oxford?
looking to go out to tender probably before the long-term plan for that service, so we can certainly get some rates and have a look at that and offer that service if it is cheaper.
Okay, thank you.
So that 2,000 recommendation is to cover exactly that, Chris.
Yeah.
I think that's a distinguishing feature. Any other art group that comes to us will want to know. So if that's approved for that building warrant of fitness related work, rather than the rationale of a difficult economic climate, I think that would be a better definition, personally, unless members feel otherwise. So can we have that reworded? Do we need to adjust that, Jeff, as an amendment? So it just approves, approves an increase of $2,000 to cover increase operational costs, in particular building warrant of fitness, and just end it there. It's already in there now, isn't it? It's already included, so that it's approved it, but it's just changing the term. So this is already included in the numbers, isn't it? Have I got a seconder for that wording change? Seconder, just briefly, look, I think people know that I helped set up this gallery, and it's really important. The original provisions of this is it is on council land. If, and from memory, the trustee, if the community use of it by way of this group ever folded, then it, my understanding is that facility and the associated building would revert to council ownership. So a small amount of money to make sure that they're compliant for the community use, and as well use this facility for community events is really important. So I don't have a problem with that, but I think it should be just ring fenced, and it's a one-off at this point, and we'll see future years whether that's something council wants to continue. Councillor Doody, do you add?
Yes, they really work hard there in it, and they do amazing work on a very, very limited budget. I really take a hat off to that group. Really dedicated artists.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Cairns?
Albeit briefly, Mr Mayor, since the annual plan submission, I've been spending some time with them to see as to how they can operate more sustainably. They currently run about 42 workshops every year. They're not charging enough for those things, whereas they're making changes to that. But yeah, I'm working with them to try and make them more sustainable financially, so as they won't be always asking for grants. Thank you.
Any further speakers? I'll put that amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary? Declare that carried. All right. Is that all your matters we need to deal with there, Chris? Okay. Great. So, our next area, Jeff, is this regulatory? 4 point. Do we deal with the finance and business regulatory first? I think we. It appears that we're dealing with the regulatory side first. You want to tell Billy and Wendy otherwise? Very good. All right, so there's no specific reports for your area, it's just the items and the agenda. So if we go from page 125, so the first is Sarah Ilika. 126. 127. 128. Just on Billy, we've had a change of contractor now, and so if there is after hours calls, it's our policy to, if we're able, with the owner is available, through that the animal will be released if we're able to do so, rather than staying in a pound for the long period of a weekend or whatever.
Yes, our policy has been that with our previous contractor. In the short-term contract that's in place, no, we weren't able to achieve that, but in the contract that will be going out, that will be reinstated.
So in practice, if something comes up and we've got I get them occasionally, and it comes up where we've got a family it's a dog that's most loved and on medication and those sort of things, is there grounds for exceptions for that?
Correct, yes, always, and we've got staff in Rangiora to help out with that if that was the case.
So it just goes through customer service, is that the normal approach?
Correct, I usually get the phone call and organise that if that happens.
That's great, and so the new contract will take care of that?
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Doody?
When you've got here with the bull breed, that doesn't include the bulldogs.
When the door was going, when you said what you said.
When you've got the dog watch and bull breed rescue, that doesn't include those little cute bulldogs, does it?
The answer to your question, I suppose, is that we've got 3 organisations that we work with that cover all dogs. And bull breeds are generally the ones that people associate with American pit bulls. And,
right.
Not the French bulldogs.
But not French, but French
maids.
bulldogs could be misconstrued to be in that, but they're usually with SPCA or Dog Watch.
Oh, that's good, thank you. We've got a little Maeve, granddoggy in it. She would be cute, she's so cute.
Yes, well, they all are cute in their own way, aren't they? There we are. Until something goes wrong, which unfortunately does occur from time to time. 128, 129. All right, 130, which is regulation. We've done that already, haven't we? Yeah, and we've asked to have a meeting, to have a workshop about that, further engagement. So I think that's your area. Is that right? Yeah.
That was quick. We've done those first ones. Page 22. 130.
Going to the mention it, so you probably go to 6.
26, so consultations, well, these are more changes to local government, aren't they? And
On page 22, there's things to the Resignation Act, if you want to do that while here.
page 22. Oh, yes. It's page 22. All right, I think that's you, Wendy and Billy. Thank you very much. Right, Jeffrey. We've done the Rangiora Eastern link update. 419.
Sorry,
yeah, 419. That's right. 411. That's all right. Marie or Chris, and Chris, welcome. Thank you. Is there any? Thank you.
Thank you. Report to adopt the fees and charges for the 26-27 financial year. We've, in the past few years, we've brought this forward to the deliberations meeting rather than adopting them with the annual plan, because it allows more time for the changes to be made before the start of the financial year. So these are the fees and charges that have come out of the budgets, the different units' budgets, and there's a couple of changes to the schedule that was consulted. One was just an error that was in the previous schedule and copied into this one. And there's the building research brands building levy that we charge and collect on behalf of that organisation, and that's going to become subject to GST from the 1st of July. And then there's the changes that from the solid waste budget that was spoken about earlier in this meeting. And so I thought recommendation B could be changed so that it's approved the attached schedule of fees and charges to be included in the annual plan 2026-2027 to take effect from the 1st of July 2026, incorporating changes to the solid waste charges approved at the 26th of May meeting.
Okay, they're the ones that Kitty's just raised with us just now.
That's right, yes.
Have you got that recorded there, Courtney? Okay. Is there any questions? Sorry, is there anything further you would like to raise?
No, thank you.
Councillor Bartle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question on Intelligent on page 171. It's got plasterboard gate charges, and you've got all vehicles by weight, and it was $222.8 a tonne. It's gone down to $210. I just want to make sure that's correct, or is that one of the changes that you do?
Look, some of the solid waste charges did go down. Okay. Look, I will check that one. I just haven't got those figures with me now to check that was correct. But there were charges that did go down. I will check that.
It just stood out to me as not following the trend, and I just wondered.
Question, Councillor Powell.
The Kaiapoi Marine Precinct on 191, there's no proposed increase in the fees for that. Did anything come through from Green Space for that?
No, and the different units don't always increase their fees. You know, we encourage an inflation adjustment, but they don't always increase their fees or adjust them. My role here is the gatherer of the fees. So, other than the areas that I'm responsible for, I don't really have that insight into to what's happening in those budgets and why those decisions might be made.
As a member of the Waimakariri resident fees, we had sort of discussed having regular increases.
Is that not occurred? Is that not, perhaps Chris, that's something with Chris Brown that could be raised, and to have that considered, because if that is a point that's been raised by the, it'd be good to, and as the review in general that we're doing on, might be worthy having that as part of that, but leave you to determine that. You happy with that, Councillor Powell?
Yes.
Councillor Cairns?
Further to Councillor Powell, though, it was also mentioned at some stage, because they've installed meters on at the moorings, this is power meters, as to whether or not that was also going to be a charge that would be passed on to mooring holders, and whether or not that then becomes part of the fees.
I think it's worthy that that's explored and perhaps brought back at some stage for elected input, including the community board. There's a high degree of focus down there by some mooring owners around that, so it'd be good to make sure that that is factored in and there's not large increases that then occur. All right, is there any further questions? There's a series of recommendations under 411. Is someone prepared to move? I'll move it. Seconded, Councillor Goldsworthy. Thank you, Marie, for the work that's done here. It's an important part to make sure that the revenue is correct and the fees and charges that are being scheduled. Just a bit more broadly, because you are our customer service manager, is just to acknowledge the work that our customer service team do, especially with our more challenging individuals. And I mean those that get quite abusive, and I just want to say that you have our full support, and also that behaviour is not acceptable. And I know that there's processes in place to deal with that, but I just wanted to acknowledge it, especially over the last few weeks and what I've heard. And I just want you to understand that you have our full support with the work that you're doing, because we have to be fair to everyone. And those that feel that they have questions about that are entitled to raise them in the forums that we have available, but equally it's our job to make sure that we're being fair to all ratepayers here. And I know that the team does cop a fair amount at times, and I just wanted to let them know that they are supported by us 100% in the work that you do to support them as well, as we reach, ultimately just want to get a solution. And for those sorts that don't feel that it's appropriate or whatever else, really want to avoid having to take legal consequences where we can. But in the end of the day, the law is the law, and there comes a time when enough's enough, and those decisions and points are made as we go along. And I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing and the team are doing in that space. And I know that the people that come here always say to me that they feel that they've been heard and treated fairly. So thank you for the work that is done.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Goldsworthy?
Not much further to add, but I appreciate the sensible approach of little and often, wherever it's possible. So thank you very much.
Any further speakers? I'll put that, all those in favour. I'm not going to respond to myself, so just to be clear. I'll put that, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carried, noting that B had an updating of wording there, as suggested by Marie. All right.
Might want to just do 151.
Okay.
151.
151. I think that wording can be adjusted, because we've never actually been asked either, so, or consulted on it. So on the stadium, and I know that there's some wording in there, but Alistair has developed narrative on that, because we get asked regularly about it, or have been. But we just good to note that there. Oh, this is the museum, it's more the Te Kaha costs, not the museum. Alright, so it's 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, and we've already raised the point about Federated Farmers, so you wrap it up. Again, 158.
Sorry, just.
Yeah, Nikki, yes?
Just back to, I think it's your 155, I've got 154 in diligent. To the Oxford Ahoka Community Board's point about the average rates figures. The more localized examples are actually in the full document. They just weren't in this shorter consultation document. So maybe if we pointed that out, perhaps, because it is in there. It just isn't in the short document. Thanks.
It's in the full one, but not consultation.
Yes.
Right. So it's 155. We'd already dealt with 156, 157, 158.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Yes.
Just was a bit surprised that Federated Farmers didn't come and present well, and they usually do. So why?
Well, so I think we've got some work to do there.
Yeah, 'cause usually they have a full presentation, it's usually done well.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing this
Yeah,
year
it
in
was
not
this year.
understanding
I just
the work that we've done over many years in that respect. So,
From memory, I think the person was filling in for someone that was sick.
Oh, okay.
And the document they sent us was fairly generic, that covered lots of councils. And I think they missed some of the points, and so I think what Mayor's saying, we'll make sure that's clarified with them so they don't do the same mistake next time.
we've reached out to all
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because farms actually went down quite a lot.
Yeah, and we've done a lot to help over many years in that respect and understanding the position that the rural community has and the challenges they have, so. All right, I think that's all the customer services, so 160. I think that's all for Marie. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you. Marie.
Governance, while you're here, do you want to handle that? So that's 161. Yeah, I think that's all the governance points. What else have we got to do? We got
the governance review probably needs to have included the simplified local government included in there, because that might disrupt any consultation about representation areas.
I think you're right, Jeff. In fact, that was the request coming from the sector, that some of the representation arrangements reviews are held off, because what's the point of going through a costly exercise? But it may all change. All right, are we comfortable with that being added? Yeah, sorry, another question?
Yeah, so a different one, the last submission.
Yep, was that,
Maybe your 161, the details withheld one. They talk about voting rights for unelected appointees. I think it would be really good to point out that we do actually work with our local runanga, not on a committee voting basis, but we actually sit down with them separately. And also, we have a youth council, but they do not have voting rights on our council. And I think particularly with regard to youth council, it's important for that to be noted, for anybody that may not understand what our youth council is and what they do, that they are more an advisory group to council for Youth Voice. They do not have voting rights.
They're good points, Nikki, and that should be incorporated into there unless there's views otherwise. We'll head with that.
Thank you.
Paul, do you want to deal with your budgeted carry forwards? I think 4.13 we've already dealt with, haven't we, Chris? That was at the start. It's your supplementary agenda items. So 412, which is budgeted carry forwards, Paul, 193 to 206.
Thank you. Yeah, this report is to update the budget for projects that were intended to be completed in 25-26, but which won't be, and the budgets need to be carried through to the 26-27 budget. I'll take the report as read and ask for any questions.
Thank you. Is there any questions of Paul or Chris? Someone prepared to move the 4.12. Bruce, seconded by Councillor Bartle. So, Councillor McLaren, do you wish to speak? No. Councillor Bartle. Any further speakers? No right of reply required. Well, you can if you really want to. I'm not going to deny it. This once. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, declare that carries. 413 is dealt with. Just back to the, thank you, Chris, Paul and Chris. We have some remaining pages to just go through around the changes to local government, I believe. So, first is page 6. Page 7. Page 8. I think we can probably say in these answers that we will be going out to, they may cross over, or we're going out to consultation, and if we haven't got the drafts done before then it's, we have been to consultation and perhaps insert what the result was, just see where the timing sits. Page 9. Nikki?
Just with regard to those ones that talk about the CTBs, hasn't that now changed? I mean, they're not planning on doing those anymore, so should we update all of those kind of responses?
I think we need to update all the wording in there, so that's a good point. Right, if we can just make sure that those references are obviously changed with, and Helene and the team with comms, just work on what the latest wording is before it goes out. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12.
Sorry, just going back to page 11. Just with regard to Mr. Blake's submission, should we perhaps not point out that councils don't buy the same basket of goods as what's measured in the CPI, and that the LGCI is a more appropriate metric with that? I mean, bitumen, plastic, pipes, concrete, the fuel crisis, all of those things, that has nothing to do with the price of bananas, nappies, and cigarettes. So, just...
I think there's also the points that we can make that actually without Three Waters, we'd be about just under 3%. So, and not all councils are accounting in the same way, and where their increases are. So we're not entirely, the environment's not entirely comparing apples with apples when things like getting your rates down to a certain level where you are not having to account for your Three Waters like we do. So I think those are the points that we need to be going back with as well. You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Everyone okay with that?
That's just a fact.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Again, I agree with you, Jeff. I think it was a bit of a cut and paste and insert the name. With the points it made. 19, 20. I think we dealt with 21 and 22 before. 23. Sorry, we dealt with 23. We're all no. So 23. Didn't think we had. Yeah. 24. 25. 26. 27. And we've dealt with the 20, I think from 28 on. Is that correct? On local water done well. Was there something else, Jeff?
No, it's all right. It's just
okay. I believe, Helene, are they all the pages we need to deal with? So we've dealt with all the consultation items. Just double check the agendas. Yes. And we've just got number 5 to deal with, but before we come to number 5, it's just an opportunity, just to check we're all on the same page. Now's a chance to just raise anything that you feel hasn't been raised already, and you're comfortable with the direction we've landed, which is 4.99 with that late levy change, waste levy change. That includes the discussion to occur with ENC around rationalising and around the eyesights, which we there was seemed to be broad agreement to have that conversation and come back here in due course. Is everyone comfortable with that direction? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay. All right. So we'll come to item 5, which is the recommendation 5.1a. Someone prepared to move, which effectively is the council resolved all pro forma recommendations are adopted as per the debate and motion that occurred during the meeting. Is someone prepared to move that? Moved Councillor Manning, seconded Councillor McLaren. Do you wish to speak? Councillor McLaren? Any further speakers? I'll put that then. All in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. We have no questions, other standing orders. There's no urgent general business. The matters to be considered the public excluded have been already. And just before I close our meeting, just to say I want to acknowledge all our staff for the massive effort that goes into the production of this, and the reflections also led by our Chief Executive and our management team to pick up the political realities of where we wanted the budget to sit, and to have listened to that really clearly from the start, to get us to where the position we are today. So thank you for that. Helene and team for all the submission process, booking people in, managing all that exercise for us. The next stages will be obviously the adoption of the annual plan on the 16th of June, and then getting the responses out from there. But thank you for the spirit in which we've had the conversation over the last period of time, especially for those who are new to the process. I hope you've enjoyed it, and always welcome any feedback if you found that around your reflections post this event, and any improvements you'd like to see to help you with your understanding, especially as we move into the long-term plan. I don't think any of us thought that at the start of the term we would be dealing with so much so soon in terms of all the bits and pieces that are going on at the moment. So I do really appreciate understanding the quickness of meetings sometimes to pull together to just gain your feedback and obviously support for positions that we may need to take. Sometimes it's at reasonably short notice, but I appreciate the political advice I get from you all, as it helps us in how we best represent the council and our community. So with that, it's been I think a good process, and we come to the end of our meetings. So our next meetings, as I say, the 16th of June. The next, for this part of the adopting the annual plan, but our next ordinary meeting is next Tuesday, the 2nd of June.